and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, this 17th day of October 2025. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Daniel Rashid, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Josh Drayton, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives, appearing on the order paper and the supplemental order paper, the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Attorney General, the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Appropriation Financial Year 2026 Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the appropriation financial bill 2026, financial year 2026 bill 2025 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
Attorney General.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name: the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Declaration of Treaty Number 2, Order 2025.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Vice President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The statutory instruments as follows: the Value-Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2, Number 2, Order 2025, Excise Duty, Tobacco Products Amendment, Order 2025, and the Excise Duty Alcoholic Beverages Amendment, Order 2025. Executed loan agreement between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Corporación Andina de Fomento in the amount of US $35 million to finance a project to strengthen digital infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago through the establishment of a Tier 4 data center. The annual audited financial statements as follows: Trinidad Nitrogen Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The Caribbean Airlines Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2016. The National Maintenance, Training and Security Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. And the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited for the year ended December 31st, 2024. The draft estimates and budget documents as follows: the draft estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates, details of estimates of recurrent expenditure for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of development program for the financial year 2026, the draft estimates of revenue for the financial year 2026, the Social Sector Investment Program 2026, the Public Sector Investment Program Trinidad 2026, the Public Sector Investment Program Tobago 2026, the State Enterprises Investment Program 2026, and Review of the Economy 2025.
Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry.
Madam Vice President, I beg to move that a bill entitled an act to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2026 be now read a second time. Madam Vice President, may I warmly congratulate you on your ascent to the chair. I'm very proud of my neighbor from Maracas to be able to sit in this chair and to lead this honorable house in the proceedings follow. Madam Vice President, it is with deep honor and a profound sense of duty that I rise to move that a bill to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending September 30th, 2026 be taken as we now open, allow me to present my opening remarks. And Madam Vice President, it will be remiss of me if I don't express in a preeminent way my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, SC and MP of Trinidad and Tobago, for her leadership and endless hours spent meticulously guiding the development of the Appropriations Bill 2026. I also want to put on record, Madam Vice President, my profound respect, gratitude and admiration to the Honorable Devindranath Tanku, Member of Parliament for Faizabad and Minister of Finance. and to the people in the Ministry of Finance who have so meticulously worked extremely hard in order to provide this budget for our country's well-being and development. I also want to thank all my colleague ministers and all their staff for the excellent preparations that they would have contributed in order to make this presentation the success that it is. And I wish to also thank the staff in my own ministry for their invaluable contribution and for their tirelessly working hard to make sure that we meet these obligations. But Madam Vice President, this budget represents the first major financial statement of this new administration and set the tone for this government's financial framework for the coming fiscal. It is a declaration of purpose to restore confidence, rebuild the economy, and renew hope across every community of our beloved nation. Madam Vice President, the 2026 Appropriation Bill is presented to this Honourable House at a critical juncture in our country's history. At a time when people of our great islands, through their democratic right, call for an administration committed to transparency, compassion, and effective governance, this administration has answered that call. Respecting the voice of our citizens, this new administration, under the guidance of our Prime Minister, has delivered a national budget centered on fiscal prudence and people-centered governance for the first time in almost a decade. To quote one public commentator, this is a budget that overwhelmingly demonstrates that fiscal responsibility and social equity can coexist. Our budget presentation for 2026, TNT First, Building Economic Fairness through Accountable Fiscal Policies, is anchored by 5 strategic pillars that provide guidance to our public policy. 1, restoring confidence and fiscal stability. 2, unlocking productive investments and jobs. 3, optimizing and commercializing public assets. 4, modernizing infrastructure, transport and digital services. And 5, protecting citizens through social investment and safety nets. The 2026 Appropriation Bill aims to create a synergy between fiscal discipline and developmental ambitions. What this means is that while we have to propose measures to raise additional revenue for Trinidad and Tobago's national goals, these revenue-gaining measures will also simultaneously contribute to other policy commitments such as climate change mitigation, infrastructure development, educational enhancement, and much more, and with a special focus on job creation. To support our intent to increase employment, the Minister of Finance announced the establishment of an employment fund in the Ministry of Finance. The Honourable Prime Minister, as you may recall and already come to know, has already launched an ongoing national recruitment drive on October 19, which is phase 1 of a promise to ensure job security. Phase 2 will be in partnership with the private sector, and my colleague ministers will elaborate on this as we go on in this debate. We have therefore been demonstrating action towards fulfilling our campaign promises focused on economic impact through job creation, increased investment, and fiscal growth. It has been calculated by some economists that the strategic measures outlined in the budget laid out by the Minister of Finance have the potential to fund the fiscal deficit projected to be almost $4 billion, which is roughly 2% of our nation's gross domestic product, which is instructive in that what we are doing so without imposing hardship on the most vulnerable in our society, unlike budgets in the past 10 years. Speaking of supporting the vulnerable in our society, Madam Vice President, we have applied a special focus on advancing public health and boosting gender equality. Demonstrating gender-responsive budget have allowed us to integrate and to put forward $5 million for a women's health fund to address period poverty by providing free menstrual products in schools and funding menstrual health education. This is a humane step that encourages economic growth by reducing missed school and work days, enabling full participation in society and fostering a more productive and equitable workforce, especially for the girls and the women in our society. We have provided relief to citizens and businesses in terms of the $1 litre reduction in gasoline, in super gasoline, a measure many stakeholders have celebrated as a much-needed effort to alleviate the rising cost of living over the past few years. These are measures that they could have done but failed to do. This government is taking the bold step to make sure that, as the Minister of Finance so proudly stated, and as everybody knows, when UNC wins, everybody wins. At a time when wages have been at a standstill and purchasing power seems to be on the decline, the Prime Minister's commitment to instruct the Minister of Finance on the 10% wage increase to public servants replaces rancor and anxiety with hope and renewed vigor. All this while jealously aiming to stimulate our nation's economy like never before. What we have done, Madam Vice President, is made this year's budget the government's first, more than just a routine fiscal exercise. We have applied our prolific imaginations to prepare a budget that excites thought and imbues creativity. Our measures are deliberate, focusing on modernizing our institutions, stimulating our business sector, inspiring citizens while ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago is once again on a sure footing. Understanding the current volatility of our global climate, the government continues to demonstrate courage under the leadership of the Honourable Kamala Persad-Bissessar to make the hard decisions necessary to see Trinidad and Tobago through. We will continue to communicate openly with our citizens, intensify our attentiveness towards new and improved regulatory frameworks, and pivot when necessary in a continued open and an accountable manner to avoid wanton fiscal pressure on our already fragile economy. Madam Vice President, we as a government are resolute that over the next fiscal year, through this budget, we will have the resources needed to do the work for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We will create conditions which stimulate economic growth, especially by partnering with the private sector, and ensure that the priorities of the government will be met by again making the difficult decisions necessary for the benefit of all our citizens. To maximize the development goals of Trinidad and Tobago, we are proposing an expenditure of $59.232 billion against total revenues of $55.367 billion. The proposed fiscal deficit of $3.85 billion, or 2.17%, is well within the international benchmark of 3%. Madam Vice President, we have a wide spectrum of fiscal initiatives geared towards rebuilding and expanding our economy and creating millions in annual revenue to provide an improved quality of life for all our citizens. In the coming months, we will be implementing a range of tax and incentive measures, as stated by the Minister of Finance in his budget presentation, aimed at reduced costs for households and supporting new sectors of the economy. Particularly, there will be the removal of VAT on agricultural machinery and hydroponic greenhouse inputs, which will stimulate local food production, improving food security and lowering prices for consumers. At the same time, a new 5% tax on single-use plastics, effective from January 1st, 2026, will fund national recycling programs, waste management initiatives, and raise awareness of environmental responsibility. This is a strategic measure also intended to achieve Trinidad and Tobago's national determined contribution and other commitments to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change. This therefore demonstrates that our intent is not to punish citizens, as we cannot articulate that enough, but to create avenues for revenue generation through and for commitments, holistic strategic programs and initiatives while meeting our international commitments and obligations. This is our balanced approach articulated by Honourable Prime Minister to national development. This demonstrates a thinking budget, and if one were to look closely, will observe that each measure is by design and meant to meet multiple objectives. This therefore reflects the synergy which I previously mentioned that combines fiscal discipline and developmental ambitions. The 2026 budget also emphasizes a commitment to fiscal accountability as a cornerstone of sound governance and sustainable national development, to which we as a government is committed. Some of the key initiatives that we will be undertaking in this fiscal year are the comprehensive reform of the Inland Revenue and Customs and Excise Division aimed at improving revenue collection, closing compliance gaps and reducing inefficiencies, the establishment of Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee, further reinforcing our commitment to accountability by ensuring that there is proper execution and management of state resources, implement transfer pricing legislation to create a fair environment for local businesses, preventing them from being placed at a disadvantage compared to multinational companies that transfer profit overseas. Simultaneously, it will offer greater assurance to investors by establishing a framework in which Trinidad and Tobago applies tax and regulatory rules that are transparent, predictable, and aligned with international best practice. The introduction of surcharge, such as the landlord business surcharge based on actual rental income, will broaden the tax revenue base, promote fairness, transparency, and accountability. These measures, again, seek to earn increased financial contributions to our national development while allowing our nation to benefit from environmentally sound measures related to energy conservation, reducing the reliance on government subvention, and more revenues from other developmental needs. These measures are also designed to foster more efficient service delivery, reduce wastage, and improve value for every taxpayer dollar. Madam Vice President, in addition, the government is proposing a suite of measures to support macroeconomic stability and social development. These measures, which were announced in the lower house, are to be implemented in fiscal 2026. These measures include a levy on 0.2% will be applied to assets of commercial banks and insurance companies, excluding entities operating within special economic zones. This measure takes effect from January 1st, 2026, and is expected to generate approximately $575 million. Selected administrative fees and excise duties on rum, spirits, beer, cigarettes have also been updated. This measure is projected to yield approximately $1 billion in revenue. Electric vehicles with a CIF value above $400,000 will now attract a 10% customs duty, a 12.5% value-added tax, and a tiered motor vehicle tax. This measure becomes effective from January 1st, 2026, and is projected to raise approximately $40 million. Penalties for traffic, environmental, and business offences will be increased to promote greater compliance and enforcement. These measures take effect from January 1st, 2026, and is expected to yield $180 million. Concessions on customs duty, value-added tax, and motor vehicle tax for returning nationals have been removed. This measure will take effect from January 1st, 2026. But, Madam Vice President, I am significantly proud to be part of this administration that, after the failure of the last government, we have now been able to address the long-standing issue, and the government under our Prime Minister has had the courage to address the national insurance system stabilization. The government plan integrates a multi-pronged approach of increasing contribution and adjusting retirement ages, which have been outlined by the Minister of Finance and the National Insurance Board. The reforms include a phased 6% increase in contribution over 2 years, 3% in January 2026 and 3% in January 2027, and a gradual increase in the full retirement age beginning from 2028 all the way up to 2036. And these measures aim to protect the fund long-term stability and ensure contributors' benefits are safeguarded, once again demonstrating this government's care and consideration for all our citizens, and especially for those who have been working steadfastly to safeguard their livelihood, especially of the elderly in our society. The retirement ages for full pension will gradually rise from 60 to 65 by the year 2036. I want to reiterate, Madam Vice President, that this measure is the product of a caring and courageous government under a caring and courageous Prime Minister. And let me pause, Madam Vice President, to say, for anybody to criticize this measure, for anybody to devalue what this measure means to Trinidad and Tobago, after the actual report have sat in that government for the last 7 or 8 years, these measures are long overdue and desperately needed given our circumstances today. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for having the courage. Value-added tax have been removed from locally produced items, and the schedule has been published. This permissible foreign use vehicle imports policy. The permissible import age for private cars will be extended to 6 years and for light commercial vehicles to 10 years. And the policy takes effect on January 1st, 2026. Private pensions will be exempt from income tax with effect from January 1st, 2026. New tax deductions are being introduced for approved donations to animal shelters and to Women's Health Fund. Additional measures to promote research, development, and innovation through seed funding and incubation programs have been established. The government will undertake a review of the value-added tax system with the option to transition to a final point-of-sale tax while clearing outstanding VAT refund arrears. This review, once completed, will provide guidance necessary to ensure that, if we so choose, a transition can be easily made and socially balanced. This government has made it clear that we are committed to economic transformation and creating a more favorable environment for investments outside the traditional energy sector. In fact, we are projected that non-oil revenue will be estimated at 43.4 billion of total revenue, signaling our commitment to this endeavor. Madam Vice President, to encourage an ideal climate of investment, we will address the ease of doing business, modernizing and building capacity in our public service and government institutions, and we have already begun working closely with the private sector to understand their needs so that we can create an enable environment necessary to allow for public-private partnerships in various sectors, both traditional and non-traditional. There are opportunities to advance the entertainment sector in Trinidad and Tobago, to tap into the multi-billion-dollar global electronic gaming sector, maritime activities, technology, and much more. Specifically, we will be upgrading the Customs and Excise Administration, including a Secuda system, adopting digital payments and standardized procedures in Customs and Excise Division. These measures are designed to reduce delay, lower transaction costs, and make it easier for both domestic and foreign companies to operate in Trinidad and Tobago. Improving foreign direct investment in our country benefits us all, as it can lead to higher employment, better wages, and more advanced technologies integrated into our society. Furthermore, the budget introduces tax incentives and capital market innovation to stimulate investor interest, the creation of a state-sponsored real estate investment trust, or REIT, and the planned issuance of TT 1 billion National Investment Fund bond provides new investment instruments and signals that the government is open is opening asset-based opportunities to broaden participation to not only institutional, but also retail investors. For foreign investors, these instruments offer more avenues to engage in Trinidad and Tobago's market, while for citizens, the increased investment inflows help to broaden opportunities for wealth creation and inclusive growth. Economic diversification, Madam Vice President, and innovation are foundational elements of this appropriations bill, as this government seeks to move beyond the dependency of the energy sector through deliberate investments in non-energy growth sectors. We'll specifically be encouraging growth, and I will just allude to it very briefly because my colleagues will expand on it, in agriculture and agri-processing sectors, in the digital sector, and in manufacturing and industry, tourism and creative industries. Madam Vice President, the national budget has outlined numerous initiatives, but permit me to elaborate on an initiative that is dear to this administration. When we came into government, the Prime Minister instructed us to set up the National Payments and Innovation Company of Trinidad and Tobago. And this was done over the last 3 months. This initiative represents a transformational step in Trinidad and Tobago's journey towards a fully digital economy. Established to modernize and streamline the national payments infrastructure, the company is mandated to provide a secure, efficient, and inclusive digital payment ecosystem that serves both the public and private sectors. By facilitating real-time transactions, interoperability among banks and fintechs, and wider access to digital financial services, the company will reduce dependence on cash, enhance transparency, and improve the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. In this regard, we made a significant advancement last week in the government's digital transformation agenda with 3 national institutions: the Unit Trust Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, the National Payments and Innovation Center of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago, signing a landmark agreement to introduce the National Electronic Know Your Customer platform. This national onboarding and biometric identification system is a locally developed eKYC platform that allows citizens to verify their identity and open accounts entirely online, built by the Innovative Center, the technology arm of NPCI-CTT. Nobis replaces paper-heavy in-person verification with a faster, more secure, and fully digital process. For citizens, it means less time spent traveling and waiting. For institutions, it means compliant onboarding with a standard that can be applied at a national scale. For citizens, it promises greater convenience and financial inclusion, Madam Vice President, particularly for small businesses and underserved communities. For the government, it enables more efficient revenue collection and service delivery. Ultimately, the NPCI-TT will play a central role in positioning Trinidad and Tobago as a regional leader in digital finance and innovation, while supporting the broader goal of economic diversification and modernization. Further, supporting economic diversification and innovation, the government has allocated $10 million to the UWI Research and Development Fund in fiscal 2026. This initiative will encourage our nation's researchers and innovators to direct their efforts towards priority areas of national importance, including climate resilience, citizen security, sustainable agriculture, and health innovation. The National Innovation and Incubator Program will play a pivotal role in strengthening Trinidad and Tobago's innovation ecosystem and advancing entrepreneurship. Through this initiative, 100 young graduates and aspiring entrepreneurs will receive mentorship, financing, and structured support to transform innovative ideas into viable business ventures. This collaboration underscores the government's commitment to fostering an enabled environment where creativity and enterprise can flourish, broadening the base of small and micro enterprise and driving economic diversification. This will benefit small and medium enterprises through the provision of training in trade facilitation, financing, e-commerce, global marketing, and other key areas to help significantly expand the export readiness of SMEs starting in the upcoming fiscal period. Another initiative that this government will implement to foster innovation is the National AI Research and Innovation Hub. The hub aims to empower youth and practical training in data science, software engineering, and creative digital production, thereby opening new opportunities for citizens to thrive and earn within the expanding digital and creative economies. At the heart of this appropriations bill, Madam Vice President, is the government's unwavering commitment to protecting and empowering our people. In fiscal 2026, from funding under the Public Sector Investment Program, we will strengthen the national healthcare system, which includes the upgrades to San Fernando General Hospital, operationalizing of the Couva Children's Hospital, and the expansion of the renal dialysis program. Madam Vice President, these initiatives will save lives and improve access to quality healthcare across our nation. Education continues to stand as a cornerstone of our development agenda. While dedicated funding for tertiary education and skills training, this includes the provision of scholarships, the enhancement of technical and vocational programs, and the refurbishment of the UWI Debe campus to better prepare and serve our young people with a modern, knowledge-driven economy. This government will re-establish the Trinidad and Tobago Hospitality and Tourism Institute, which will provide valuable skills and training to persons in the service tourism industries, again enhancing job creation. And Madam Vice President, let me stick up in here because it is a real travesty when I visited Chagaramas upon assuming office that the hotel school not only has been closed, but was mothballed for the last 7 or 8 years. That hotel school used to produce roughly about 700 graduates every year. And even as we talk about moving towards a greater focus on tourism, it is a sad reality that it is left to this government to now reopen that school to prepare our citizens to be able to get jobs in the service sector and the tourism sector. Another brave decision that this government have to make, and according to my friend Philip Alexander, refixing that. The 2026 budget outlines a comprehensive approach to housing that will allow us to deliver affordable homes through public-private partnerships and innovative designs, to make housing more accessible and affordable for first-time homeowners through homeowners grants, lower interest loans for young families, and the revival of the Land for the Landless programs. Again, my colleagues will expand on that. Furthermore, to make home ownership more attainable, the government planned to reduce construction costs by amending the trade ordinance to remove restrictions on key materials such as clay, sand, and gravel, thereby stimulating the construction sector and creating jobs across plumbing, electrical, masonry, carpentry, and other related industries. Madam Vice President, these are strategic investments in human dignity, equality, and opportunity. They represent this government's belief that national progress must be measured not only by economic growth, but by the well-being and empowerment of every citizen. While the 2025-2026 national budget is forward-facing, upon our arrival into government, by an overwhelming national consensus at the polls, we have been applying this new fiscal philosophy, moving from passive management to strategic execution. We understand where we stand, Madam Vice President. Our current fiscal positioning has been shaped by years of inertia, external shocks, and underutilization of national assets. This government has been steadily redefining an actionable future for economic transformation, moving swiftly to implement a multi-pronged fiscal approach that focuses on government-to-government optimization. We have been leveraging bilateral cooperation with nations such as the United Kingdom and Canada to deliver cost-efficient, high-impact capital projects outside the traditional modes of government's operation. Private sector empowerment through the creation of new investment vehicles and introducing transparent regulatory reform to boost confidence and stimulate foreign direct investment and private participation in strategic national development sectors. This is important because it is where government will focus and target development and economic growth by partnering with the private sector. Asset activation and monetization. Trinidad and Tobago possesses high potential but underutilized assets. We have been, since May of 2025, rolling out a comprehensive strategy to catalog, commercialize, and unlock value from government-owned infrastructure, land, and entities, supporting new non-energy revenue streams and reducing contingent liability, which will be intensified in fiscal 2026. So, Madam Vice President, the REIT is the first, and other investment programs to go on the stock exchange will follow. This marks a fundamental shift in our government institutions and how government functions, from primary operator to a modern facilitator of growth. A core part of our strategy, Madam Vice President, therefore, is to eliminate inefficiencies. I think the country did the first job by voting in this government, voting out that government. And to manage taxpayers' dollars, Madam Vice President, we are moving to reduce purchase of government vehicle and moving towards a leasing model to streamline operating costs and reduce maintenance expenditure. It is also part of a plan to begin to move to a proper fleet management schedule and to incorporate the use of electric and hybrid vehicles, setting the tone for a more widespread use of cleaner energy vehicles across the public service of Trinidad and Tobago. We are embracing digital transformation to improve direct fiscal efficiency and institutional connectivity across all of government. This feeds directly into our aim to streamline operations where government is focused on facilitation, policy, and legislation, which will be our core priority, while ensuring that our main economic thrust will be centered around the private sector and creating an enabling environment who will partner with us in our implementation framework as we seek to build conditions suited for a modern Trinidad and Tobago development program. Along with these fiscal and human resource conditions necessary for long-term international and local investments, we will work steadfast with all our stakeholders and partners in this aim. Trinidad and Tobago is no longer waiting for global winds to shape our sails. As of May 2025, the government has been steering our nation's course with courage, data, and deliberate policy reform. We are rebuilding trust in our financial systems, restructuring government to deliver, repositioning the country as a regional innovator and investment hub, reawakening our economy's untapped potential with a drive to attract international foreign investment. We look to our private sector and international community as valued partners in our economic revitalization agenda. This government reaffirms that Trinidad and Tobago is charting a bold, strategic, and sustainable course towards economic transformation. Under the leadership of our Honourable Prime Minister, we have been restructuring the role of government geared towards optimizing the use of national assets and unlocking new pathways for growth through our private sector with an unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility. As we implement this agenda, we welcome the continued engagement and insights of all our stakeholders and citizens and development partners. We also value the critical role that our nationals at home and abroad also play in contributing to our progress. We want to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago's future continues to be a resilient, forward-moving economy poised to deliver meaningful outcomes for our people, our investors, and our global partners. Madam Vice President, I also want to add that the nucleus of Trinidad and Tobago's new growth and resilience strategy stands squarely on the shoulders of our cluster, with the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Finance, and the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs and Development. An institution working tirelessly to shape a better future for every citizen. Underneath the leadership of our Prime Minister and supported by a committed executive and staff in all our ministries, this cluster continues to drive national transformation in our main core areas of national policy and strategy, statistics and data, environment and climate, economic development, spatial and urban planning, and capital investment. In The government, through the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the United Nations officially endorsed the UN Multi-Country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2022-2026. This is a primary instrument guiding United Nations development activities towards the 2030 agenda across the English and Dutch-speaking Caribbean. This partnership positions Trinidad and Tobago to benefit from coordinated action in 4 strategic priority areas, inter alia: economic resilience, shared prosperity, equality and well-being, climate resilience, and sustainable resource management. Through nationwide consultation and interministerial collaboration, we are ensuring that development priorities address the needs of all our citizens, with a particular focus on marginalized and vulnerable groups. Regarding statistics and data, sound policy depends on accurate, timely data. We are working with the UNDP to modernize the CSO to have more timely and accurate data. Trinidad and Tobago has not had a national census since 2011, and Cabinet has approved the rollout of a national census in 2026. With our role involving environment and climate, this year the Ministry, with our Environmental Policy and Planning Division, and the Basel Convention Regional Center for the Caribbean launched the elimination of hazardous chemicals from supply chain integrated programs. This first initiative of its kind in the Caribbean targets the carnival fashion industry to make our cultural celebration environmentally responsible. So, Madam Vice President, we have also partnered with the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center to strengthen carbon capture storage and reporting frameworks, enhancing readiness to participate in international carbon markets under the Paris Agreement. The Environmental Management Authority, an opportunity that will provide for increased international funding and for environmental projects. Madam Vice President, allow me to commend the EMA because they have now achieved a milestone which echoes the authority's robust and financial system, where they are now being authorized and credited to disburse on the Global Climate Fund. 4 major environmental policies were also advanced since this Kamala Persad-Bissessar-led administration came into office in May of this year. A memorandum of understanding supporting ocean governance in the Caribbean, membership of the International Coral Reef Initiative, adoption of Trinidad and Tobago's 2030 national biodiversity targets, and an approval of the new national climate change policy. We have also deepened our engagement with international partners in strategic bilateral meetings, especially with the World Bank and in collaboration with Inter-American Development Bank and International Finance Corporation. The government is working to mobilize significant investment targets over the next 5 years to fund private sector transformation initiatives, job creation, and sustainable economic growth. Madam Vice President, I am very pleased to announce, to support our government's continued rollout as we seek to establish the Office of the World Bank here in Port of Spain, the MOU and the establishment agreement currently being vetted by the Office of the Attorney General. Later on this month, members of the World Bank team will be down here to formalize and engage in active conversation to get that agreement completed. In essence, the work driving and guiding a national budget has been happening. This budget has been well thought through, it is strategic, and it is an active and living budget focused on results and implementation. Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, charged with the responsibility of national monitoring and evaluation, and our National Transformation Unit places a direct focus on M&E at a national level. The industrious team of the NTU has been working with ministries, departments, and agencies across the public service to strengthen our monitoring and evaluation system because we are serious about delivery, about transparency, and about making sure that we live up to the obligations that this budget imposes upon us as a government. So, Madam Vice President, let me conclude.
Minister, 4 more minutes.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, let me conclude by saying the following. I wish to profoundly thank our courageous Prime Minister for her guidance and leadership. I wish to also, on behalf of all of us, thank my colleague minister, the Minister of Finance. I can testify to both the Prime Minister and the Minister's Finance, long hours spent in working through the formulation of this budget. And I can't but say how proud I am to have her as our leader and to have him as my colleague. But I wish to reiterate, Madam Vice President, that the 2026 Financial Appropriations Bill is more than a financial instrument. It is a roadmap for national transformation built on fiscal prudence, social responsibility, and sustainable growth. We affirm our commitment to public sector, to the elderly, to our young people, and creating a people-centered approach to leadership and government. In fact, I know many persons may not completely understand, but having worked under several remarkable leaders from 1984 to now, I have served under people like Archbishop Anthony Panton, like Brigadier Carl Alfonso, like Bernard Doolal Whiteway, Father Henry Charles, Joe Teixeira, and many other remarkable persons. But it's the first time that I can safely say that I am able to work under a remarkable woman in Kamala Persad-Bissessing. I say this, Madam Vice President, not for mere platitudes, but to say that I'm very, very proud to stand and support our Minister of Finance and to support this budget, because this is a budget that have listened to the people, taken ideas from all sectors, acted on data and evidence, made hard decisions, and put the country of Trinidad and Tobago first. You couldn't want something better in a leader and in a government. And they could say what they want to know, because they don't even know who their leader is.
Oh, God. Oh, they are trying to behave.
We must, however, recognize that transformation does not happen overnight. But we are laying firm the foundation for change. Through transparent management, strategic investment, and a relentless focus on results and implementation, this administration will rebuild trust, restore confidence, and renew national pride. Madam Vice President, congratulations again on your ascent to the chair. I thank my colleagues for their attention. I thank the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for this fantastic budget, and I therefore submit the Appropriations Financial Year 2026, Bill 2025, to the Honourable Senate. Madam Vice President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day, September 2026, be now read a second time. Senator Dampole.
Madam Vice President, good morning. On behalf of my colleagues on this side, I'd like to let our CARICOM family in Jamaica know that they are in our thoughts and prayers as Hurricane Melissa approaches the island. We are also praying for the safety of our students, and may Almighty God watch over them. Madam Vice President, let me apologize in advance in case I misspeak and call you anything else but Madam Vice President. I apologize wholeheartedly. Madam Vice President, thank you for the opportunity to address this Honorable Senate. And may I also congratulate you. As I usually do, I preface my statement with, I have no intention of saying anything derogatory about my country. I'd like to begin by thanking and congratulating the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for a brilliant response to the national budget. I'd also like to thank my former colleagues at the Ministry of Finance for the excellent work on producing the budget. Madam Vice President, the production of the national budget is a model, or it's the perfect model of public service efficiency anywhere, any public service of Trinidad and Tobago. And that just goes to show how excellent my colleagues are at the Ministry of Finance. Madam Vice President, I've known the Minister of Finance for many years. I've always described him as a decent citizen. Although recently, I find him to be a bit agitated and a bit aggressive. I have no idea why. But I hope at the end of this budget debate that he would not become more aggressive and agitated. Madam Vice President, this is now the government's budget. This is the UNC's budget. They will now be held totally responsible. Madam Vice President, the budget is not a game. For me personally, it's always interesting to hear the various commentaries following the delivery of the budget. My suggestion has always been that the budget can either be good, bad, or indifferent. It's almost impossible to script or calibrate the perfect budget. To quote a recent editorial in a local newspaper, the national budget is not a party showpiece. It is the country's most consequential economic statement. Madam Vice President, let me get to the point. This budget will be derailed early in the new year, in the new calendar year, or before. It will collapse and will need to be recalibrated within the first quarter of the new calendar year. And this is nothing new. Several budgets have had to be recalibrated under the UNC and the PNM. In fact, I remember an instance where the Minister of Finance put out instructions that each ministry should cut their allocation by 10%. It happens. But why? Why would this budget be derailed? It will be derailed for not only what it contains, but definitely what it does not contain. This budget will collapse shortly under the weight of dubious assumptions and extremely creative accounting. But, you know, Madam Vice President, during the Standing Finance Committee, I realized that ministers, several ministers, including the Minister of Finance, were more interested in the mid-year review than the actual budget itself. And let me quote the Minister of Finance during the last mid-year review. And he was describing the PNM budget. They knew exactly what they were doing. I'm quoting here, Madam Vice President. They deliberately underfunded critical expenditure planning all along. to return after election and demand more money. A shameless ploy to manipulate public finances for political gain. The Minister of Finance goes on in the media review. They spent the money without any clear idea of where the money was going to come from. No proper planning, no sustainable financing, just reckless expenditure. What we witnessed under the previous administration was not budgeted, but a calculated scheme of financial deception. Year after year, they pass budgets that are deliberately underfunded and then come back to Parliament, cap in hand, for billions more. However, just a few months later, the Minister of Finance is singing a different song. The Finance Minister says, right recently in the Finance Committee, the Finance Minister said funds are available to meet the government's current wage obligations, as it should be, and that additional resources, Madam Vice President, and that additional resources will be secured through Parliament if needed. The media review. So in other words, after blaming the previous administration for miscalculating the budget, what's the first thing the Minister of Finance does? Starts to talk about the media review. So let me deal with some of the assumptions that's going to cave in this budget. The international oil price projections. This budget is predicated on an oil price of $73.25, a natural gas price of $4.25 per million British thermal units, or MMBTU, and in the face of a decline in production in oil and gas. Total budgeted revenue projected at $55.3 billion, of which oil revenue would be 11.2 and non-oil revenue 43.4. I will show now how these numbers could be seen as highly unrealistic, Madam Vice President. The United States Energy Information Administration, a highly reputable agency, where they predict the average price of oil in 2026. They projected that the average price of oil would be $52 per barrel, a full $20 lower than the projection in the budget. The IMF has projected that the price of oil would be $62 per barrel in its World Economic Outlook. And they're making these predictions based on projected oversupply in the international market. Similarly, in international gas prices, the US EIA, the Energy Information Administration, 2026 is projecting gas prices at $4.16 per MMBTU, and the IMF roughly the same. So both oil and gas prices projections by the EIA are lower than the assumptions in the budget. Although we are not, well, I would say no longer a big oil province, and now we are a gas province, a $20 reduction in the projection can have a significant hit on total revenue. Madam Vice President, the oil and gas prices assumptions are unrealistic. We must remember that we are dealing with two exogenous factors here that we have no control over. We are price takers. We have no control over the price of oil and the price of gas. These assumptions on prices are some of the main risks to the budget. The revenue projected from the non-energy sector may not be able to compensate for the loss from the energy sector. And what is notable here, Madam Vice President, is that the credit rating agencies and the IMF, for the Article 4 consultations, are already aware of the risky assumptions. But there's a method to government's madness. I have to confess, there is a method to the madness. The government's strategy is to use an inflated oil price assumption to trigger the withdrawal clause of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And let me explain that withdrawal clause to the national community, to the population. If actual petroleum revenues are at least 10% below budgeted revenues for the fiscal year, the government can access the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to the amount of 60% of the revenue shortfall. Let me repeat that. If actual petroleum revenues are at least 10% below budgeted revenues for the fiscal year, the government can access the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to the tune of 60% of the revenue shortfall. The nation needs to monitor this situation carefully, because when the budget implodes, the UNC government is heading to the HSF to pay recurrent expenditure. Madam Vice President, just a few issues on budgeted expenditure. Total expenditure is budgeted or projected at 59.2 billion, of which, and this is a pet peeve of mine, since my days back in the Ministry of Finance, of which education is 8.7 billion, and national security 6.36 billion. National security stands at 10% of total expenditure and 4% of GDP. Madam Vice President, the pet peeve is this. At 4% of GDP, if you're spending 4% of your GDP on national security and 10% of your total expenditure, you're effectively at war. And you know what is the irony here? Is that we are spending $8 billion plus on education and $6 billion plus on national security. So what we are effectively saying is that we are educating people and then spending money to protect us from those who we just educated. That is the irony of these two numbers. It has been my pet peeve for a very long time. So getting back to the actual expenditure, I want to discuss monetary expenditure. Are you aware, and I've said it in this honorable house already, Madam Vice President, are you aware that monetary expenditure in this country totals $54 billion annually, an average of about $4.5 billion a month? So if your budgeted revenue is $55 billion, a little over, and your monetary expenditure is 54, you understand, and you have some very unrealistic assumptions generating revenue, to generate revenue, you understand how precarious the budget is. But let me tell you some components of monetary expenditure. No right-thinking Minister of Finance is going to touch any one of them. Pension and gratuities, and these are direct charges on the exchequer. Social grants, old age pension, for instance, public assistance grants, disability grants, money for THA, money for the development program, and debt servicing. They're all part of monetary expenditure, which in this country, in this complex society, totals $54 billion a year, and the projected revenue is 55. The projected total budget, the projected total expenditure is 59 billion. So in other words, essentially, you only have 5 billion for discretionary expenditure on your, right? So that's something that I'm asking the Minister of Finance to keep an eye on, please. But it's also something, as I said previously, going to derail the government. Just want to focus on another part of total expenditure that is under the Minister of Planning. That's the PSIP, or the Development Program, as is known. On page 19 of the PSIP document, the PSIP is projected at $4.1 billion. Consolidated Fund, 2.6, and the IDF, 1.4. However, the problem with the PSIP is not the size of the PSIP. The problem with the PSIP is the implementation of the PSIP, which creates a problem. And the PSIP is there to generate economic growth. It is there to generate employment opportunities. It's there to generate investment. It's there to spend money on infrastructure, etc. The problem is implementation. I know what's the general problem throughout the public service. Various ministries don't have implementation units. I don't know if the Minister of Planning will tell me later on if they have implemented implementation agencies in these ministries. And I'm also wondering whether to match back, and it's a whole trick in the Ministry of Finance, to match back to get a targeted deficit if they didn't use the PSIP as a residual number. So let me discuss now the deficit itself. The deficit is estimated at 3.865 billion, 2.7% of GDP, and which the minister claims is less than it's 3% is less than the 3% international benchmark. This is very deceptive because the deficit does not take into account of the following, and this is where the derailment is going to take place. Back pay for 10%, the 10% increase in salaries. The addition to the recurrent expenditure for salary increases, which now become part of monetary expenditure. Debt payment, a direct charge on the exchequer, is underestimated by $5 billion. I like the national community to go on the website, finance.gov.tt. Go into the draft estimates of expenditure. They usually call the Yellow Book. Go on page 110. Page 110 of Head 19, debt servicing. And you will see a figure there of $7.675 billion. And if you look at the previous years, you will see $12 billion. How could the figure drop from last year, $12 billion, to $7.65 this year in the face of increasing debt stock and increasing debt stock? I find that to be very, very creative accounting. The next thing that's missing is the VAT figure. On page 5 of the estimates of revenue, and I want to quote my sources because I don't want to be accused by the other side of spreading false information. The VAT figure on page 5 of the estimates of revenue, which also will have a direct impact on the deficit, is $8.2 billion. But guess what, Madam Deputy Vice President? The VAT figure is not a net figure. There are arrears of $7.9 billion inside of there. It's a distorted figure, meant to distort the revenue. The fifth thing, there is no accounting for the employer contributions to the NIS fund. Has not been factored in to the equation. But, Madam Vice President, let me make it clear to this Honorable Senate that the narrative advanced by the Minister of Finance that wage negotiations have not yet started, and therefore budgetary provisions could not be made, is confusion and disingenuous. This was the government's big-ticket item on the campaign trail. Everybody knew that. But I'll tell you this, from my experience in the Ministry of Finance, Madam Vice President, if the expenditure is front-loaded or if the expenditure is back-loaded, guess what? it's still expenditure. It's still going to form part of the deficit. So it's a case of where you can run, but you can't hide. I will show how the minister is aware also of the true deficit. He's very aware because you know what? These draft estimates, these are his books. He signed off on all of them. Not the permanent secretary, not the staff in the Ministry of Finance. The Minister of Finance signed off on all these books. And I'll show that he's aware of the true deficit. And he engaged in creative accounting. And that the budget will collapse. When it comes to financing the deficit is financed in 4 ways. Through domestic borrowing, through external borrowing. You can, as I said earlier, you can withdraw from the HSF. Or you can use the overdraft facility at the central bank. On page 67 of the estimates of revenue, on page 67 of the estimates of revenue, under head 19, the Minister of Finance, in his book, outlined domestic financing to be 8.1 billion, external financing to be 10.8, total of 18.9 or 9 billion. To service a deficit of 3.8? How is that possible? The minister must know that he was dealing with creative accounting. He must know that. It's written there. Let me repeat. I will repeat. On page 67 of the estimates of revenue, head 19, the yellow book, his book, signed off by him, the domestic financing, 8.1 billion. The external financing, 10.8. Total 8.9, or to round it up, 19 billion. To finance a deficit of 3.8 billion. Madam Vice President, unheard of. And this, as I said, the minister knows. And this is the factor that is going to collapse the budget early in the new year. But there are more problems in the financing side on the financing side of things. The domestic banks have been complaining that they're overexposed to the government. The government uses, Madam Vice President, two main sources of borrowing, through the Development Loans Act and the External Loans Act. And there's not much headroom on both. So you know what's going to happen? The government, early in this fiscal year, is going to come to the Parliament to raise the borrowing ceiling. I know what's the immediate impact of doing that? Downgrade Standard & Poor's, further downgrade Moody's investors. But they're going to have to do it because there's absolutely no headroom on both of those acts. Yeah, they'll have to be external. And the other form I want to speak about, Madam Vice President, is the overdraft facility at the central bank. I have said that so many times. Obviously, the Minister of Finance doesn't understand it. So I'll explain it. The overdraft facility at the central bank consists of 20% of the budgeted revenue. The government has the ability to borrow that. Okay? However, that 20% of budgeted revenue, from that is subtracted what is the residual from the previous year. Okay? So it's reduced based on the level of the balance brought forward. But what caused us to have to go to the overdraft at the central bank? We have been running fiscal deficits or recording fiscal deficits in 2009. And that has caused the buildup of the Exchequer One account at the central bank. It's called government cash balances. Anybody could go and check it at the central bank. And you will see Madam Vice President, because of the buildup of fiscal deficits over the years. You know what's the size of and it's a negative, meaning it's a debt, more or less. It is now $50 billion. In other words, the fiscal policy in Trinidad and Tobago is stifled by the overdraft facility at the central bank. The Green Fund, the Infrastructure Development Fund are both mortgaged to the government cash balances at the central bank. So how do we fix that? And this is basic financial programming. How do we fix it? Simple. This is the only way you can fix it. You have to run fiscal surpluses and pay back into the central bank. It's the only way. And reduce that $50 billion and wean yourself out of the overdraft facility. But it's $50 billion, which is not part of the country's overall debt. But what it does, as I said previously, it stifles fiscal policy. So I'd like to now look at some selected fiscal measures. My colleagues will obviously pick up the rest. But before I look at the fiscal measures, some of the fiscal measures, I'd like to entertain a quote from the Honorable Prime Minister in 2020 when she was leader of the opposition. She declared that you cannot tax a nation into prosperity. For a nation to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle of the bucket. A UNC government will lower tax and put money back into the pockets of citizens. On that note, I'll look at some of the fiscal measures. And they're not all that bad. Some I like. You want another increase in price of super. I have no problem with that. However, if I had a choice, I would use it on diesel. I would reduce diesel because diesel has more of an economic impact on a complex society. Because most of our maxi taxis, commercial vehicles, etc., use diesel. So it has more of a multiplier effect on the economy. The other thing I noticed is transfer pricing. Madam Speaker, multinationals are not going to sit back and just let you interfere with their profits. They will continue to find innovative ways to move their profits to tax havens. They're not going, and you know what this is going to also cause? It's going to have a major impact on investor confidence. On the group health plan for public servants, as a proud former public servant, it's already available for public servants who are under the SRC, Salary Reviews Commission. I use it. It's a very costly initiative if you're not under the SRC. But what about the removal, and I'm not being self-centered here or anything, but what about the removal of the taxes on public servants' pensions? The highest public servant pension in Trinidad and Tobago is between 25 and 30,000. And about 75 to 80% of the rest of public servants are within the personal allowance. So they don't pay taxes anyway. Tax-free. So why not give as promised, on the campaign trail, why private sector? And the private sector pensions are 100,000, 200,000 private sector pension. The largest public sector pension in Trinidad and Tobago is somewhere between 25 and 30,000 before tax. And as I go along, I want to quote the Honorable Prime Minister again on the national insurance system. According to the Honorable Prime Minister, when she was opposition leader on the campaign trail, and I quote, any discussion about changing retirement age would need serious consultations. And should that be an option preferred by the majority, it should be one by choice. Where was the consultation? That is to say, those who wish to go home by 60, fine. Those who wish to go home by 65, fine, I'm quoting the Honorable Prime Minister. But you can't tell a man to work for his entire life, put his savings in NIS every week, every month, and you come to tell him now, sorry, sir, you can't get it. You have to wait until 65. You cannot continue like that. And let me quote the Minister of Finance, February 29, April 2022. Tanku, unwise to raise retirement age. Tanku said it takes no genius to realize that the way to increase the value of contributions is not to penalize workers, but to increase the number of workers in permanent well-paid jobs. Well said. And raising the number of employers contributing to the system. Brilliant. This is not rocket science, he goes on. That is common sense. Superb. It is similarly common sense that what the government needs to do then is to create the environment for greater confidence in the economy so that investors can come in and create jobs. What a difference a few years make. Fast forward to now. Is this country aware, Madam Vice President? Is this country really aware? Because I'm not too sure, because the trade unions are staying, and my comrade here, staying very quiet on this. Is this country, is this population aware that from January 1st, 2036 onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age to receive a full NIS pension?
Repeat it, please.
Is the country aware of that? I will repeat. Is the country aware that from January 1, 2036 onward, a retiree must be 65 years of age to receive full NIS? And I'm not hearing a word from the unions. You know what happened when France went to increase their retirement age by 2 years? All hell broke loose. 3 prime ministers ago, exactly. And you know what? The actual reports, and I'm quoting here from, these are published books. The actual report 2022, 2023, and 2024 projected contributors to fall to 423,249, and the fund to fall to 25 billion. However, the actual in 2024 contributors increased to 488,256, and the fund increased to 28 billion. And so, in other words, in the NIS now, is the country aware, is the population aware that after January 4th, 2027, there will be a total increase of 45% in the NIS contributions? And the minister, that's not even arithmetic, that's sums. Let me look a bit. How long I have again? 6 minutes. On customs and excise. And we know on cigarettes and alcohol that those have what you consider to be inelastic demand. So whatever the price, people still purchase it. But on customs, excise, and fees, we are told that projected increases will come from beverages and tobacco duties and long overdue indexation of administrative fees and charges. Let me be clear. These are not broad-based, high-yield reforms that change the 2026 deficit arithmetic in any meaningful way, nor do they address structural leakages in compliance. And I want to touch on one thing that I found very creative and innovative and could work also. Madam Vice President, we then heard the suggestion of a pivot away from VAT. That's always caused a problem since 1990 as far as I'm concerned. The budget statement concedes accurately that bi-monthly filing and verification cycles have generated a buildup of VAT refund arrears, undermining working capital for firms and damaging confidence. There's, however, no quantum, timetable, or bridging cash flow plan for arrears, no operating model for the new sales tax, and no clarity on how a sales tax would coexist with or replace the business levy. Very critical. We replace the business levy on gross sales. Layering a sales tax on top of the business levy would create cascading tax on tax distortions but abolishing the VAT without a prepared base and audit model for the replacement tax risks a net revenue shortfall during transition. And just quickly, the levy on the assets of commercial banks and insurance companies. Madam Vice President, of course they're going to pass that on to the customers. I heard the Minister of Finance say, well, change banks. Ridiculous. Change them into what? Has he ever seen a run on a bank? Landlord's business surcharge. Change where you rent. Of course, the landlord is going to pass that on to the tenant. Electricity surcharge. Stay at home and cook. Of course, it's going to be passed on to the customers. Removal of the VAT concession and return to national. That's amazing. A few weeks ago in the Diwali Nagar, the Minister of Finance is inviting the diaspora to come home. So in other words, and then 24 hours later, is removing the motor vehicle concession for returning nationals. So in other words, you could come home with no car. Forget your household effects, because that might be included. The NIF 3, a major investment vehicle success story in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. It was called a Ponzi scheme by the Honorable Prime Minister when it first came out. The Antanku, the Honorable Minister, sorry. The nation knows this. The agricultural incentives. The agricultural sector is the most incentivized sector in Trinidad and Tobago. VAT on food items, well, you're already reducing the VAT base, so you might as well go to our sales tax. Importation of foreign used cars. Madam Vice President, that is the most third world of measures that have run for a long time. It started I'll tell you this, it started in 1996 under the Basta Pandey regime. They came down, foreign used cars came down as completely knocked down and flooded the market. Madam Vice President, there are 3,000 vehicles that come onto the road network of this country every year. And guess what? There's no net impact because no vehicles come off the road network every year. There's no net impact. So a good industry to start up will be a car crushing industry. I just gave somebody an idea. The budget is silent on the following. Net international reserves dropping by $675 million US in 5 months since they've been in office. The Minister of Finance said he was left with 7.5%, 7 months of import cover. How could this be happening? You know what's the import cover now? 5.4. The budget is silent on the 7% online tax. The debt to GDP ratio, I've heard nothing about that. The economic contraction on page 193 of his document, the review of the economy, is showing an economic contraction of 0.8%. We heard nothing about the lowering of corporation tax. Unfortunately, Madam Vice President, I don't have much time, but I wanted to say something on PPPs, but I'll pass it on to my colleagues. In conclusion, Madam Vice President, the government told the country that repealing the TTRA and strengthening the BR will significantly enhance revenue collection. Months later, there's no evidence of a material uplift versus the estimates, and no costed annexed with dated milestones for the 3-phase plan. And I'm still challenging the minister at the end of fiscal 2027 to raise $10 billion from the BIR reconstruction like the TTRA would have done. I'm still challenging, and as I said, I'll come back to this House and apologize if I'm wrong. The budget acknowledges the problem. Energy volatility, weak non-energy growth, high debt service, but stops short of true consolidation. Madam Vice President, after observing the Standing Finance Committee over the last week, and I say this as someone who has worked many years in this arena as a technocrat, it is clear that expenditure has been underestimated and revenue overstated. The budget will collapse. Given the fiscal package as presented, the budget will collapse, and this is deeply alarming. Thank you very much, Madam.
Senator Hart.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As I rise to make my contribution on the 2026 appropriation bill and the budget presentation by the Honourable Minister of Finance, I first wish to congratulate you, Madam Vice President, on your elevation to the chair as President of the Senate. So I want to congratulate you on that. And, Madam Vice President, as I begin, and consistent with the standing orders of the Senate and practices in the Houses of Parliament in the United Kingdom, I should also like to draw the attention of the Senate to the fact that I have accepted an appointment to the Board of Directors of Answer McCall, a conglomerate with an interest in beverage and motor vehicles. To the substantive issue of Budget 2026, Madam Vice President, permit me to congratulate Minister Tanku on the presentation of his maiden budget. He delivered with energy, with political poise, and importantly, a people-centered focus, which I appreciated. I appreciated his tone of empathy that ran through his speech and the emphasis on restoring confidence in the economy by putting people first. I think that was absolutely important and brilliant. The theme that Minister Tanku used for his budget presentation, TNT First, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies, captures both the spirit of renewal and the moral imperative of inclusion. It is a timely and worthy aspiration, and I intend to use fairness as a common thread throughout my contribution today, because I want to examine whether the policies and priorities outlined truly deliver on that promise for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That people-centered approach is commendable. It is important. But a credible budget must go beyond good intentions. It must show how the government plans to confront our most pressing realities, including issues of crime, foreign exchange shortages, and rising debt. On these counts, Madam Vice President, I felt that Budget 2026 fell short. Because before we can assess the fairness of any fiscal package, we must first examine the economic fundamentals on which the budget stands. What assumptions are made about growth? What assumptions are made about debt? And resilience? All of these will determine whether the budget can actually keep the promises that were stated. So I want to turn to the economic fundamentals, first and foremost. The minister spoke of renewed confidence, but confidence, to my mind, Madam Vice President, must rest on a vision and on credible data. What is the target debt to GDP ratio that the government considers sustainable? That was not mentioned. What guardrails are there in place to protect investor confidence and to prevent future downgrades? Those were not mentioned. Madam Vice President, in the review of the economy 2025, we get painted a picture of stabilization, but not yet transformation. Revenues have improved with energy prices, but non-energy diversification remains low and slow. Foreign exchange shortages persist. Public debt continues to rise. We are at 80 and rising. And our reserves, though stable, are being drawn down to plug short-term gaps. If the theme of economic fairness is to be real, Madam Vice President, we must be fiscally responsible and sustainable. And I will use the first person plural we because this is all of our business. And my contribution here today is in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and I am a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. We must be fiscally responsible and sustainable. Borrowing to fund consumption or deferred obligations simply shifts the burden to future generations. On this score, Madam Vice President, it was concerning to me that the budget presented by the Honourable Minister did not mention the government's intention to borrow $18.96 billion. There was no mention of that in the budget presentation. But when you went to one of the yellow books, you saw borrowing of 18.965. And borrowing by itself is not a problem, particularly when you have declining revenues. That is not the issue. What concerns me is the change in the consumption of the borrowing. In recent years, government debt has been largely domestically financed, but the 2026 estimates point to a pivot towards foreign borrowing. So of the 18.965 billion, 8.1 billion comes from the domestic market and 10.9 billion comes from the international market. This shift in the composition of borrowing will bring higher costs, greater exchange rate risk, and of course, repayment obligations in foreign currency. For the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, let me be pellucidly clear. Each dollar that we borrow in foreign exchange must be repaid in foreign exchange. And I ask, how will these debts, because borrowing is a debt to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, how will these debts be serviced without worsening the foreign exchange strain or without driving the debt to GDP ratio higher? Those are fundamentals, Madam Vice President. The implication of this pivot to foreign borrowing is that the country must earn or save foreign dollars through exports, reserves, drawing down on reserves, or further borrowing. If these inflows of foreign exchange do not materialize, current and future generations will shoulder the burden through a devaluation process, most likely, or higher taxation. Because every dollar borrowed today, let me repeat, every dollar borrowed today is a promise to repay in foreign exchange tomorrow. And economic fairness, the theme of our budget, demands that we keep that promise as a country. To my mind, Madam Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago's fiscal challenge is not the absence of revenue ideas. It is what I call the implementation deficit. Each new tax or levy articulated in the budget, and there were many measures identified, depends on an administrative infrastructure that often lags behind the policy intent. So unless the government invests early, to my mind, in people and in digital infrastructure, and there have been some conversations around investments in digital infrastructure, unless we get these going and we get these architectures in place, the 2026 revenues may yield less than forecast, forcing us into yet more borrowing to bridge the gap between revenue and expenditure. Madam Vice President, following those general comments and observation, I want to turn to some specific sectors that grabbed my attention in the budget presentation. The first thing I want to turn to is to agriculture, and persons who know me know that I'm pretty close to the agriculture sector. I like agriculture, and I like farmers. I turn to agriculture not merely as an allocation line, but as a sector central to our food and nutrition security in Trinidad and Tobago. It is also important to help us save scarce foreign exchange. It is important for rural employment. If we cannot feed ourselves, Madam Vice President, then we cannot claim to be sovereign because we're dependent on importing food. Agriculture should not be an afterthought. It is the foundation of inclusive growth and community stability. Budget 2026 correctly referenced the CARICOM initiative 25 by 25, now pushed to 25 by 2030, in which that initiative, CARICOM countries have agreed to try to reduce their food import bill, the regional food import bill, by 25%. The initial target was 2025, but now that's pushed to 2030. Yet even as we proclaim that goal, the architecture supporting our local farmers remains fragmented. We have an opportunity, the collective, we have an opportunity to fix that. Let me give a very specific example. Every week, some farmers for 10 years, some farmers for 8 years. If it's 10 years, it's 520 weeks. If it's 8 years, it's 416 weeks. Every week, hundreds of small farmers supply produce through NAMDEFCO's markets. Their crops are weighed, recorded, plenty paperwork, and their crops are sold into the national food system. At least once per quarter, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture can correct me, officers from NAMDEFCO visit these farmers to verify that what they're actually selling in the farmers' markets is what they're growing home by them. So there is a system in place. But here's what. Many of these farmers, Madam Vice President, who are visible, productive, every week, 520 weeks or 416, they are denied access to incentives or concessional credit because they lack former land titles. The contradiction with that is that on the one side, the state records them as bona fide farmers because they're taking the produce and they're keeping records every week. But another side of the architecture, the agriculture architecture, treats them as invisible. That contradiction, Madam Vice President, is unjust and economically inefficient. We must do better by our farmers. Any conversation around agriculture, food security, food and nutrition security, we must do better by our farmers. NAMDEFCO recognizes production. The Ministry of Agriculture grants incentives only to deed holders. The Agricultural Development Bank demands collateral, and the Land Settlement Agency moves slowly on leases. This is not me saying, this is the farmers saying that these are the challenges they face from a fragmented agriculture system. The result for us in Trinidad and Tobago is that the very people who feed the nation cannot access the support intended to support them, designed for them, so they can continue to feed the people of our country. Madam Vice President, I respectfully suggest it is time to re-engineer the system. We must do better by our farmers, so that proof of production, not proof of title, becomes the passport to agricultural participation. I respectfully propose to the government that they consider something what I call an agri-pass, a single digital access point linking farmers to leases, incentives, water, electricity, and credit, integrating the data that NAMDEFCO collects every week. I said 520 weeks of data for one farmer. They have pieces of paper every week. They're collecting the data, so they know, and then they're visiting the farms. So they know that people are planting, but yet still they can't access the incentives. We must do better to integrate the system. So if we integrate data from NAMDEFCO, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Ministry of Finance, this would ensure that our farmers are recognized by activity, not only by acreage. The other thing that I want to raise on the issue of agriculture, and if we're serious about it, we need to have serious conversations, is that we need a modern savannah market. Yes, I just go to the market. Yes, I close to farmers. We need a modern savannah market with sanitation, cold storage, and digital payments that should be prioritized with regular ministerial walkthroughs, not as photo opportunities, but to keep your finger on the pulse of what is required by our agriculture sector and by the people who drive our agriculture sector. We want to ensure that we implement concrete measures, Madam Vice President, to achieve our targets for the agriculture sector, but also to achieve food and nutrition security in our country. In this way, note I keep saying we move agriculture from simply incentives on paper to access in practice. Food security is not about feeding the nation alone. It is about stability. It is about income. It is about dignity. And when we speak about economic diversification, Madam Vice President, let us remember agriculture should not be seen as a relic of our past. It should be seen as the future of Trinidad and Tobago. Another area that I think demands clarity from the government with respect to Budget 2026 is with respect to the government's plan for crime reduction. During the budget debate, the country did not benefit from a presentation from the Minister of Homeland Security in which he could have outlined his strategies or his measurable outcomes for dealing with crime in the country. Given his background as a senior police officer, I was actually looking forward to a comprehensive strategy in which he would marry his expertise as an officer with his new policy-making portfolio as a minister. Madam Vice President, let us be honest. There can be no economic prosperity in Trinidad and Tobago unless we have security. Investors will not invest and communities cannot thrive where fear replaces trust. True security is not simply about police patrols. It is about prevention through opportunity. When young people see pathways in education and entrepreneurship, in sport and the creative industries, they are less likely to be lured into a life of crime. In recent weeks, the Minister of Homeland Security himself has acknowledged the rise in serious offenses committed by minors. His comments made me recall a 2013 document that was actually commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister during her first term in office. That report was headed by one of my former university colleagues, the late Professor Selwyn Ryan, and that document was titled, "No Time to Quit, Engaging Youth at Risk." That report, as I said, which was commissioned by the Honorable Prime Minister during her first term as Prime Minister, that report found that vulnerability to crime stems not from character flaw, but from the environment in which some of our young persons find themselves. Broken families, peer rejection, school failure, and the attraction of easy money. The committee's conclusion, the committee headed by Professor Ryan, the late Professor Ryan, they concluded very simply, but it was profound. Crime is a system of social failure, and the solutions must therefore be multidimensional. It's not just about police and patrols. I think it must be a multidimensional approach, where we link law enforcement with education, housing, health, and community empowerment. That report provides us with a roadmap. The question before us is whether it will finally be used, or will we continue to repeat the same old formula of more patrols, more money behind protective services, and punitive laws, expecting different results. If we are serious about tackling crime, Madam Vice President, we must treat it as a national development priority, informed by data, guided by and sustained by courage. This is how we break the cycle, not by fear, but by foresight and by deliberate actions and deliberate strategy to help us achieve particular outcomes. Madam Vice President, it would be remiss of me if I did not address the issue of short-term employment programs, particularly the CPEP and the URP, which have dominated headlines since May and June of this year. In his presentation, the Minister of Finance promised measures to significantly improve job creation, yet the country received no further detail. CPEP and URP were often derided as make-work programs, but their closure has made their value clear to my mind. Across the country, garbage accumulation and overgrown public spaces, nobody cutting the grass, combined with the onset of the rainy season, have created conditions ripe for public health hazard from mosquito-borne and vector-borne diseases. Tens of thousands were placed on the breadline, Madam Vice President. But let us review the facts. Between 2009 and 2023, over $6.5 billion were allocated to CPEP. But alas, only $2.4 billion has been accounted for in the Parliament since 2014. Accountability concerns are valid. No argument from me. But fairness, as is the theme in the budget, demands that we consider the human impact of the closure of those programs. Budget 2026 proposes to replace CPEP and URP with this unemployment fund, promising better paying jobs. This shift raises certain questions to my mind, but before I come to the questions, I just want to share with this Honourable House some of the history behind the development of CPEP. CPEP was started in 2002 with two particular objectives. One, community enhancement of environmental spaces, and I'm paraphrasing here from the official documents. But secondly, CPEP was meant to be short-term employment for a specific target group. Persons who were semi-skilled, who had not finished their full education, single heads of households, and females. So you're really looking at people who are the lower echelons in terms of the income scale. So you provide them with some short-term employment, they can catch themselves and then graduate. Of course, that never happened, and CPEP turned out to be full-time employment for many persons. But back to the question of the shift from closing the CPEP and URP programs to this unemployment fund. And I have some questions, I must admit, Madam Vice President. Have we asked ourselves, in closing down these programs, what has been the multiplier effect of removing income from thousands of households for more than 100 days? Has the abrupt loss of income among these affected workers disrupted the schooling of their children? Have their children been going to school since June? Can these families afford food, rent, or necessities? Has this income shock, the sudden loss of their income, pushed single-parent households deeper into poverty? What, if any, are the criteria and transitional arrangements to the new fund? Remember the cohort of people that CPEP was intended to cater for. What is in place for them to transition to this new fund? These, Madam Vice President, see Freudian slip, a good one, Madam President. These, Madam Vice President, are what I consider to be human questions. Economic fairness cannot mean removing the lifeline before building the bridge. And I offer for the consideration of this Honourable House a program coming out of Argentina called the Jefes and Jefas de Hogar program, which was implemented in Argentina after their 2001 economic crisis. Similar, in part, to the CPEP program, that Jefes and Jefas de Hogar program in Argentina absorbed unemployed heads of household into community projects while providing them with training and microenterprise support, so that you maintained income but you built capacity. A similar model could be contemplated here in whatever new form. Ultimately, CPEP and URP must be seen within the national employment strategy, whatever they are called. These persons who are employed by both CPEP and URP must be part of a national employment strategy. The budget speaks of raising labour participation, but says little about reabsorbing displaced workers in the changing labour market. There is also the migration factor that is reshaping the workforce And that leads me to what I consider to be another omission in Budget 2026. So we're talking about labor force participation, we're talking about revenues, we're talking about all of these income-generating areas, we're talking about all these social programs. But a glaring omission in this year's budget was any reference to the national migration policy. The labor force participation rate has fallen to about 54%, but there was no strategy mentioned in the budget for how the migrant community that is already contributing informally to our country, how they will be integrated into the labor market. Migrants work in construction, they work in agriculture, domestic care, and retail, all are sectors that are informal. But to speak of increasing labor force participation while ignoring thousands who already participate is a policy contradiction. Madam Vice President, integration of our migrant population is an economic opportunity. We have an estimated 50 to 60,000 migrants that access public goods, they access healthcare, they access education, they access transport, but without any mechanism for them to make tax contributions or to contribute to the NIS. So the state bears the cost, but without fiscal recovery. A structured framework could perhaps allow regularized migrants to contribute through NIS and health surcharges because they access our health facilities. It could allow them to pay taxes so that we could broaden the base. It could allow them to access healthcare and training, but it would also, more importantly, curb wage exploitation and underreporting of the migrant community. To me, this is what economic fairness should look like, Madam Vice President. Reciprocity between rights and responsibilities. Without such a framework, we risk perpetuating a dual economy, one formal and one shadowed, where labor shortages persist even as the fiscal strain in the country grows. Fairness, Madam Vice President, cannot be selective. Migrants already contribute in our farms, our homes, our restaurants, but they remain invisible in fiscal planning. To my mind, integrating them formally is not charity, it's good economics. Madam Vice President, I now turn to tax reform and the conversation articulated by the Honourable Minister of Finance. The government is considering replacing the value-added tax with a sales tax, arguing correctly that VAT is onerous to administer. Yes, we have some challenges. The IMF's 2017 Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment tool, the TADAT report, pointed to this. But the problem is not VAT itself. The problem is that we fail to administer it efficiently. A sales tax may simplify filing, but it carries significant risks. Greater risks of evasion, lower yield, and potentially a heavier burden on low-income households. VAT remains, in the words, well, the numbers of the Minister of Finance, one of our most reliable revenue sources, projected at $8.2 billion for 2026. So it's not chicken feed, it's a significant amount of money. Replacing VAT with a sales tax could cause transitional losses during the changeover, but it could also cause structural losses as we narrow the base. Given our deficit budget, that would mean more borrowing or cuts at the mid-year review. A global example is from Malaysia. When Malaysia shifted from VAT to sales tax in 2018, they saw a significant decline in their tax revenue and evasion. Madam Vice President, I want to respectfully suggest that the world is moving towards VAT, not away from it. If fairness is our goal, we must reform what exists, not replace it with something that is potentially weaker and does not redound to our benefit. Madam Vice President, I want to speak briefly on the creative economy and the tourism synergy. The budget statement on the orange economy is again aspirational, but very thin on specifics. It speaks of empowering creatives, yet offers no coherent framework or measurable targets. There's mention of the Creative Value Chain Fund without governance details or alignment with existing entities such as Creative TT, Film TT, Music TT, and the Artist Registry. Are these to be retained or restructured? Without clarity, we cannot know for sure whether the past lessons have been learned, whether this is an improvement, or whether we're simply duplicating. If it is that previous institutions underperformed, what is being done differently? Where is the new National Creative Industries Policy, the financing plan, or a task force linking trade, tourism, education, and culture? The 2025 Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded for innovation-driven growth. And that reminds us that innovation and creativity are the true engine of progress. For Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Vice President, I suggest that building fairness requires us to invest in creativity, not simply celebrating it once or twice per year. Jamaica's national policy for culture, entertainment, and the creative economy that was recently launched in Jamaica provides a model. It is anchored in job creation, poverty reduction, and social cohesion. It integrates governance, establishes a culture and entertainment satellite account to measure the contribution of the creative sector to their GDP. And it links the creative sector to tourism, education, and digital transformation. In Trinidad and Tobago, while I welcome the conversation around the reopening of the TTHDI, because I think it was a travesty to close it, given how central and the number of persons who were trained, our tourism policy remains fragmented. So there was mention of medical, sport tourism, cultural tourism, but no roadmap to connect them. A genuine orange economy tourism nexus would create culinary trails, artisan markets, and live performance hubs, not simply a conversation around opening of new hotels and new airports. Creativity should not be seen, Madam Vice President, as a side hustle of the economy, because for many of our young people, creativity is their economy. So more should be done. If this budget truly seeks to build fairness, the creative sector deserves a coherent ecosystem linking policy, finance, education, data, and tourism. Madam Vice President, I now turn to some overarching questions that remain in my mind, having listened to the budget, having read the documents, and having listened to some of the subsequent presentations. For all of its ambition, the budget raises issues of governance and transparency that I think require some clarification to ensure sound policy making. In that spirit, I pose the following questions in the public interest. With respect to the Financial Oversight and Appropriations Committee, FOAC sounds good, looks good on paper, but my question is, how will it coexist with the Standing Finance Committee and the Public Accounts Committee to strengthen, not dilute, parliamentary oversight? How will the Economic Resilience Council, that is going to approve investment decisions greater than $50 million, what are the performance indicators? And will the major investment decisions be made public in the Parliament? With respect to the asset levy, what precisely constitutes these assets? I think there's need for clarification around that. With respect to the procurement leakages that the Minister mentioned during his presentation, he announced that there was about $45 billion reportedly lost, and my question is, what is the legislative or enforcement measure that will deliver measurable savings in fiscal 2026? Back to the question of debt sustainability. What medium-term fiscal rule or debt anchor is the government identifying to help preserve investor confidence? With respect to the public sector wages, as a former public servant myself, I know it is important to have the 10% increase, but can the country sustain a 10% increase without crowding out investment? With respect to the foreign exchange issue, more questions than answers. How will relaxing the vehicle import age limits affect forex demand and reserves, especially given the data suggests that within recent years we spent between US $300 and $400 million on imported vehicles. The fuel price reduction. I know the population welcomed that. I was in the gallery when the budget was read, and I mean, it was euphoria, pure euphoria. But what is the economic cost and the environmental impact of this $1 reduction in the price of super gasoline, and how will these economic and environmental costs be offset? With respect to education and skills, as part of the digitization strategy, there's mention of education platforms, etc., to introduce smart classrooms, e-textbooks, etc. How will the government measure whether AI-based learning investments outlined in the budget actually improve education outcomes? These are governance questions, Madam Vice President. Until these are clearly answered and publicly articulated, the national conversation on fairness will remain incomplete. Madam Vice President, as I close, I return to the theme of this year's budget: building economic fairness. How will this fairness be measured? Will citizens see data, dashboards tracking our progress? Data that shows real change in income distribution and gender equity and access to housing and access to healthcare and access to education? Fairness cannot be declared, Madam Vice President. It must be demonstrated and measured. I welcome the mention by the Honourable Minister Swarat Singh about the attention to be paid to the Central Statistical Office, which, Madam Vice President, is the heartbeat of evidence-based decision-making in Trinidad and Tobago. We need timely and reliable data. We need to know whether we are moving toward economic fairness or simply repeating it as a theme. Economic fairness, Madam Vice President, is not achieved by rhetoric. It is achieved by measurable outcomes, by whether the unemployed find decent work, by whether our children can dream beyond their circumstances, by whether farmers, nurses, and teachers can live with dignity, and whether the debt we incur will bring tangible improvements to the lives of every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. These questions speak to whether our policies are guided by evidence and whether our institutions are empowered to give us the data we need to plan wisely and act boldly. Madam Vice President, fairness must not remain a slogan. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Fairness must be seen, felt, and measured in every community, in every household, and in every life touched by public policy. Madam Vice President, the people of Trinidad and Tobago need to know that our country is not only building growth, but building justice through economic fairness. And that, Madam Vice President, is the standard by which this budget must be judged, not by its promises, but by its ability to deliver with fairness, transparency, and accountability. And with those comments, Madam Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the budget for 2026.
Minister Batis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I want to start again, too, by congratulating you, Madam Vice President, on your ascendancy to the position of Acting Vice Chair President. I'm honored to rise in support of this appropriation bill, which reflects the government's commitment to the well-being of citizens and the development of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Vice President, allow me first to commend my esteemed colleague, the Minister of Finance, and his team on this budget, which reflects the clear vision set out by this government in our official policy framework and focuses on putting Trinidad and Tobago first, building economic fairness through accountable fiscal policies. I also laud my fellow ministers and members of parliament who were instrumental in reflecting the will and desires of the people in the first budget in a long time, which can truly be considered a people's budget. I would like to commend our caring Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Sesayasi, for her profound leadership and vision that has been realized through this budget. I take this moment to congratulate her on her recent People's Choice Leader Award at the Caribbean Global Awards held in London. This award, I know, is made even more meaningful as it was the result of a vote and therefore a true reflection of the voice of the people. Madam Vice President, I must also thank my fellow senators for their insights into the budget through their respective contribution. I do value the opinion of my colleagues in this august chamber. And last but definitely not least, on my list of acknowledgements are all those persons who contributed in one way or the other by way of their expert opinions, verbal feedback, written comments, etc., to shaping the historic fiscal package meant to bring real change to real people. Madam Vice President, you have a very limited time to contribute. But I can't just move on without, and leave everything said, without some kind of concerns of my own based on what was said here this morning so far. My colleague, Senator Vishnu Paul, he spoke about a collapsed budget. And then somehow he said, well, that has always happened. I find I wasn't sure whether it was a bad thing or a good thing he was saying, because he kind of acknowledged it happened before, this concept of a collapsed budget. And then I heard, and I really understood and respected the contribution of Senator Dr. Marley Natz. And I heard a lament asking the questions. And Senator Dan Paul, it's not a collapsed budget you ought to be concerned about. It's a collapsed P&M. Because the questions being asked would have been answered if the other place, the P&M, had not collapsed. You spoke about a budget and the figures. I just want to be clear that a lot of that budget is to provide for outstanding arrears left by the P&M that we still have to. You spoke about a failed education system and the budget allocated for that. Let me remind the PNM, my God, this Pontius Pilate thing can't work. Colleagues, of the 69 years of self-governance in this country, you have been at the helm for 53 of those years. Colleagues, the UNC, this big bad UNC is only 10 years. That plus a couple months that we have been in office. Whatever problem you have in the education system, is we fixing it now. And then you point to the next big issue in the budget about crime and the amount of money we're spending on national security issues. That you feel is not the point, but that's the point. There's a big budget to deal with crime because we met and inherit uncontrolled crime and criminality left after 10 years by the PNM.
You know, reach. Yeah, just reach.
You spoke about one of the things you hope for, and I appreciate that. You want to implementation units in all ministries so that they could effectively execute. You're right. That ought to be there. What you have been doing for the last 10 years, why is it not there? It is not there because the PNM, not only for the last 10 years, and I want people to always remember that they have been there for 53 years at the helm of this country. And guess what you have? The public service plagued with what? 50% of its positions are vacant. Vacancies rendering it ineffective. And then there's come and lament about the ineffectiveness of the public service. Because why? They failed to fill the vacancies, and moreover, they failed to restructure the public service, to modernize the public service, to ensure that it could meet the demands of the current society that we live in. The PNM's failure is why we're in a situation where you're now talking about implementation unit. Yes, it will happen. And guess what? We will fix it. And I like how you mentioned the fiscal deficit. And you give us a figure to 50 billion. Since 2009, you talk about we having that deficit. I know, the overdraft. But you say this since 2009. Again, colleague, who in charge of this place of all these years, for you to mention these things like if it came from nowhere. That situation is largely caused because of the ineffectiveness and incompetence of the people national movements. And yes, we will deal with it. I like how you made a plug for your tax-free pension for yourself. I think that was, at least that's a good contribution. Give him a thump, he wanted a pension. We will deal with that at some other time. But something you also mentioned, and I want to draw it to the attention of the national community, because it concerns me. This bothers me. When you point out NIS, and you try to purport that somehow the government is going back on its word in how we treat with the NIS situation. Colleagues, And I like how Dr. Marlene Arts, Senator Dr. Marlene Arts would have pointed out to the importance of the CSO as our vanguards for data-driven decision-making. It is that. And one of the major problems that the NIS faced, and we all had to come to understand that, the biggest problem faced by the NIS has been the existence of the People National Movement. And why did I say that? Because in the last 10 years, CSO statistics, over 64,900 jobs lost, and therefore the corresponding drop in contribution to the NIS based on the last 10 years of the PNM existence. So you have a major deficit of contribution to the NIS fund. And we have found ourselves here having to treat with that with a level of urgency, lest we face the collapse of NIS and the NIB. When they take and destroy jobs, not understanding the multiplying effect of that, it also impacts the contribution to the NIS scheme. In 10 years, 64,900 jobs were lost.
And then they sat on the actual report.
So, I just want to put that on record. But I'm the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development. My focus here in this debate, again, is to deal with two simple issues. One, as the Minister of Labor, I'm elated when the Minister of Finance placed on the budget $475 million as an employment fund to treat with the employment of persons in this country. I thought it was something that I needed to comment on, which I will comment on. And moreover, to indicate how this ministry, under my charge, is going to assist in sustainable development and growth of our economy. Madam Vice President, before we can speak of solutions, we must confront failures. The previous PNM administration left behind a legacy of neglect, inertia, and institutional decay. The PNM overall impact on the society over the last 53 years, whilst it was at the helm, as we all know, and you speak about it glowingly, Senator Dan Paul, the mere fact that this economy, we failed to diversify the economy, notwithstanding for decades being in charge. We have the widening of the income inequality gap between the haves and the have-nots, courtesy the PNM. We have the out-of-control crime and criminality, the courtesy the PNM. And of course, we have had, over the years, massive job losses. I wouldn't go into those figures, but massive job losses, whether it's Caroni, Biwi, TSC, Petrotrin, and the list will go on. It is not surprising, therefore, that in the last 10 years, we met an industrial relations climate in Trinidad and Tobago that was in disarray, characterized by industrial action, failed wage negotiations, the collapse of the National Tripartite Council. Madam President, prior to my installation as the Minister of Labor, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, the industrial relations climate in Trinidad and Tobago could be described in only one word. That word is unhealthy. In my former iteration as the president of the PSA, I would have had cause to lead the charge against a politicized special tribunal where the chairman would have sought to extend powers that he did not possess in a bid to foist a 10-year collective bargaining agreement upon civil servants, when the period which was being negotiated was for 6 years. In the interest of time, I need not regurgitate the decision of the Court of Appeal that the special tribunal could not so exercise those powers that it did not have. But my greater point here is that the unjust treatment and oppression of workers by the former regime was boldly orchestrated from the highest echelons of our public institutions. You see, Madam Vice President, for the past 9 years, the former PNM government appeared to be shamelessly and appallingly unaware of the need to establish and maintain the tripartite structures that were necessary to steer this country in the direction of industrial peace and harmony. It is trite industrial relations, Madam Vice President, that in the absence of genuine tripartite processes, productivity and growth will suffer. The former government did nothing to repair the fractures that were formed at the very highest level of NTAC, and so the inextricable link of failure to consult and negotiate and industrial instability was made manifest. We had all witnessed the worrying indicators of a deteriorating industrial relations climate. Threats of industrial action loom large across several sectors, forestalled salary negotiation, and poor health and safety practices. Among them, Madam Vice President, were within critical sectors such as steel and tech, Cal, the Port of Spain. Industrial action and staging of protests were the order of the day. And the inadequate response of the then government was seeming to suggest that the disruptions, work stoppages, losses in production, and adverse economic consequences were to be easily ignored. The then government abused the remedy of injunctive relief and exchanged consultation for legalism. Workers were seen as nothing more than pawns in the PNM playbook. This, Madam Vice President, even while our economy was reeling and still struggling to recover from an economic downturn occasioned by COVID-19. Madam Vice President, we are fixing this. As I would have alluded to, one of the things I want to stand here in solidarity with is this job creation, national recruitment drive. Because I want the national community to trust the process. Trust the process. I heard Senator Dr. Marlene Arts. I heard her. I saying trust the process. Madam Vice President, the best estimate of our future performance where that is concerned could be gauged by our track record. Let's look at some of the facts. And not the facts from Senator Batiste or UNC facts. No, the facts not yellow. It's not red. The facts are the Central Statistical Office, the CSO facts, on unemployment trends. In the period 2010 to 2015, under the UNC government, employment increased from 582,100 to 623,300, according to CSO. a net increase of 41,200 jobs. According to CSO, from 2015 to the first quarter of 2025, under the P&M, according to CSO, there was a decline from the 623,300 jobs to 558,900 jobs, a decline of 64,400 jobs. Now, this is CSO. It didn't stop there. Public sector employment, which include public service, statutory boards of state enterprise. Under the UNC, public sector employment was 166,700 jobs. Under the PNM, as of the first quarter in 2025, public sector employment dropped to 129,900 jobs, a decline of 36,800 jobs. This is not made up. Well, we know looking at the economists, this thing is now a very popular indicator that is used, labor force participation rate. Those who are working and those who could looking for work. Under the UNC, the labor force participation rate between 2010 and 2015 on average was 61.5%. This is CSO. I want to stress, this is not mine. This is what you could use for decision making when people want to know who to trust. Where jobs are concerned, look to this. Under the P&M, the labor force participation rate dropped by over 6.3% to 54.3% under the P&M. So you had a fall in the labor force participation rate. Youth employment. Youth employment under the UNC, when left office in 2015, was 79,600. Under the P&M, the first quarter of 2025, that dropped to 51,700, a decline of 27,900
And they talking.
jobs lost. I want the national community to know, we're talking about who could now, which is important. Create jobs. Create jobs. I've just shared with you what the track record shows. Under the UNC, there was a growth in jobs. Under the PNF, jobs. Under the UNC, jobs will increase, and under the PNM, jobs were lost by the thousands.
And that jobs
Colleagues, but guess what?
And that jobs narrative.
The UNC can fix it. Madam Vice President, as Minister of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development, work is a core responsibility. Decent work is a core responsibility under the Ministry of Labour. Then we come to the perennial issue of make work programs, and we know this is of great concern. I want to acknowledge Dr. Marlene Arts and Senator Dr. Marlene Arts and how she would have spoke about him, and I really appreciate the concern. Madam Vice President, this country is a member of the International Labour Organization. Therefore, we are obligated. I want to stress, we are obligated if not compelled, to promote decent work. You know, we talk about contractors, and this is not a matter I could discuss here, it's sub judice, yes? But I'm not studying that aspect of the contractors and CPEP and what have you. But what took place in that environment, what we call work. Don't make no mistake in believing when you hear somebody have a contract for 3 years that you feel for a moment that person's got 3 years of employment. That's not the case. When I speak to the persons impacted, they will be given that fortnight. They have to come again and hopefully be called again. If you get 2 fortnights, you go home and you may be called again. That is inconsistent with the concept of decent work that we have applied. Decent work, by definition, is productive employment that offers a fair income, workplace security, and social protection for families. We all know the problem is make work programs, and we have to deal with it. And we know the solution is decent work or well-defined, sustainable jobs. Real jobs for real people. But Madam Vice President, you know, we all understand what the problem, we understand what the solution is, but it's always who will bell the cat? All you know? The story about who will bell the cat. We all know, hopefully, the story of the mice. That the mice were being terrorized and hunted by a cat. The mice eventually called a council of the mice to determine how to treat with this threat to all of them. They brainstormed, and a young, bright mouse came up with an idea that they should tie a bell around the neck of the cat so that when it approached, they will hear the bell and will make good their escape. The mice instantly rejoiced at the brilliance of the idea. That's a great solution, they shouted. However, as they rejoiced at the solution, an old and wise mouse asked in a subdued tone, I hear all it, but just who will bell the cat? With that, the council became quiet as there was no volunteer. Madam Vice President, the moral of the story is simple. As noble and as necessary as the goal may be, it remains merely an idea, unrealized and untouched, unless someone steps forward with the courage, conviction, and fortitude to carry it out.
Fix it.
Alas, came April 28, 2025. And with it came the election of the United National Congress and its leader, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa. The Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, by actions, declared unequivocally and emphatically that she will bell the cat. She has launched an unprecedented initiative to replace indecent work, make work jobs with decent work. She has launched the national recruitment drive to fill over 20,000 public service jobs and state enterprises, including vacancies in TSTT, TNTech, WASEC, etc. Colleagues, we are on our way to decent jobs for all. Once and for all, the government has taken lead in promoting decent work in our beloved nation. We are honoring our ILO obligation to decent work. Real jobs, real people, real change.
No ghost need apply. No ghost.
Colleagues, I want to quickly just be clear that this is just not only just positive news, you know. This is something I want us to quickly recognize what the benefits. Because UNC plan to create the 20,000 public service jobs will reverse the negative trends created under the PNM. It will promote economic stability. It will restore lost employment. It will stimulate consumption, and it will boost the GDP. It will reduce poverty, crime, and youth disengagement. It provides sustainable, safe jobs with clearly defined terms and conditions. Colleagues, again, real jobs, real people, real change. In that environment, assuming there be, because as by now if anyone had gone on the site, you know it's all jobs. This is seeking to fill vacancies, and there are several tiers to it. There's a phase 1, there's a phase 2, and I'll get into the other aspect of it. But all jobs to fill. From basic skills, trades. If one was to assume, on average, at the filling of those vacancies, that you have net increase in salary of about $6,500 a month per person. Looking at high salaries, low salaries, in between salaries, that translates to a TT $78,000 a year someone could own. And if you have that now being the mean or median salary, you have total direct household income based on 20,000 being 20,000 by 78,000. Annually, we're talking about an injection of $1.56 billion into the economy. For the NIS, it could mean contribution to the extent of over $253 million annually. It also could mean increase, of course, the obvious increase in the labor participation rate, reduction in unemployment, increase in youth employment. But moreover, you have the impact on that, where indirect job creation is concerned. To use the economics term, the multiplying effect. That what you could deal with when you have jobs create more jobs. That's just what happens. Demand-driven growth, that is just what happens. Yes, demand for more goods and services, that is what just happens.
Extrapolation.
And there are all type of multiplier rates that are used. If it's tradable, if it's non-tradable, job growth. But even the most conservative multiply effect, if we were to use one at 1.5, Because in some studies will let you know if it's a tradable job where it's export, it could as much as 2.5 indirect jobs could be created from the one new job and greater. But if you use a modest 1.5, you talk about the possibility of what? 20,000 jobs, indirectly creating 30,000 jobs. And then you have a total of 50,000 jobs. Even if you have a lower salary, mean salary, for the 30,000 job, maybe $5,000 or $4,500 for the salary, you're talking about the possibility of adding the next $1.8 billion again in circulation in this economy. And I say this because I want the business community know they have to support this budget. And this initiative, because it seeks to inject into this economy as much as over $3 billion by the National Recruitment Drive initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesa, SC. Needless to mention, it also means a serious injection in funds for the NIS. Real jobs, real people, real change cameras. I spent some time. I want to spend my last few minutes. I tell you, don't have much time for this thing. Some more time. To just simply see some of what, as the Minister of Labor, that we have been engaged in. Madam Vice President, on April 28, the people of Trinidad and Tobago chose competence over chaos. Under the leadership of the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, SC, the United National Congress Administration has launched its Workers' Agenda, 20 action items, all activated, not one shelved, not one ignored. We rejected the 4%, the 4%, and the 5% offers imposed on public officers, and the Prime Minister, the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, directed the Minister of Finance to instruct the CPO to return to the negotiation table with a 10% offer for the period 2014 to 2019. That is not rhetoric, it is action. It is respect. It is promises made and promises kept. Again, National Recruitment Drive, 20,000 positions across 25 ministries. Again, real jobs, real people, real change. Colleagues, we have again reversed in that simple move, seek to reverse the labor participation rate. We're talking about also the creation of a productivity ecosystem, Madam Vice President. And with that, Madam Vice President, I know my time is nearly out. I would like to wind up by saying the UNC is not just fixing what is broken. We are building what was never dared. And those who still cling to the old ways, I say this: the train has left the station. Either get on board or get out the way. Madam Vice President, I thank you because under this UNC government, under the leadership of the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bisesayasi, one thing is certain: promises made, promises kept. Because when UNC wins, I thank you.
Senator Etienne. Senator Etienne.
Madam President, Vice President, I'm sorry, Vice President, government senators, opposition bench, independent bench, media, visitors, the watching public. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here today because we come here at the crossroad to debate something, a very important document that is going to affect the lives of every one of us, rich or poor, disabled, non-disabled. It's going to affect every single person that occupies this country. And we have to be very careful of, looking at the country as collapse, gloom and doom. Now we're going to see the bright lights and stuff like this. Now this budget, I view it as, I could align it with a Christmas tree. So I will, quote unquote, distinguish it as a Christmas tree. It has a lot of glitter, plenty glitter, that even the blind could see. However, not everything that glitters is gold. I am not saying that things are not looking bright on the horizon and things are not fine. For example, you have, economic fairness. It has a lot of catchwords, words that desperate people would long to hear and are happy to hear. So you have a lot of, fairness, fiscal policy. The budget belongs to all of us, which is true. That's one main true point. And this budget is going to deliver people first, and it's going to look at targeting vulnerable income, unlocking human capital, and building safe and resilient communities. And investing in people while investing in progress. These are catchwords that when you hear this, you feel hopeful, you see, yes, all our problems are solved. But no matter what we do, we are in a global crisis. And that global crisis this global community have been hit very hard with the pandemic. And we are still struggling to come out of it, the entire global community. And life has changed for each one of us. And everybody is looking for an olive branch. Everybody's looking for this olive branch or this promise of paradise in the future. There is no promise of paradise in the future. We have to make things work. We have sacrifices to make. And I could understand that, protecting the vulnerable. And we have to know certain strategies that are practicable, and some strategies may not be so practicable. Our main focus, all right, is the vulnerable people that is being hit day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute, by the decisions of people who are placed to make correct decisions on their behalf. And as the central bank in 2025 stated, that food prices going up, inflation going up, all right? So we are looking at a budget here that in certain categories are going to stimulate increased of cost of living. And we had to come to the realization of it. We cannot duck out of it. We have to tighten our belts, all right? And what we have to realize is that cost of living is going up. This budget, in one way or the other, we have to face the reality, is going to contribute to it. Jump high, jump low, don't matter if you want to butter it up, don't matter if you want to put the glitter of Christmas tree lights on it, cost of living is going up. And for example, $1 off super gas. I view this as a distraction carrot to the main meat of the matter, all right? If things are going to be tough, say it from the beginning, yeah? Hey, you all have to be at a tighten our belt. Things are hard, X, Y, and Z. But, for example, all right, that distraction carrot, everybody happy. When they go to the pump, they're paying $50 less. But when you increase taxes, what happens? There is a triple effect. When people have to import goods, all right, and these companies have to pay to clear the containers, and who you think it's going to be trickle off to? Are they going to say, see me, I am not going to touch the vulnerable. I am not going to interfere with, raising the prices of the products? No, all right. Budget said this is going to increase. Well, the products is going to increase as well. And people have to come to the realization that when you go to the supermarkets, cost of living is going up. It's going to continue to go up. And certain parts of this budget is going to contribute towards it. The companies that have to pay more are going to pass it off. Don't matter how much exemption on certain products, we all have to live. We all have to eat. We have to survive. And I know the budget have a lot of promises in it. But right now, for people who have lost their jobs, okay, on the breadline, accustomed of getting a salary this week, nothing. They have children to support. They have rent to pay. They have mortgage to pay, all right? You can't tell them, hey, wait and see, we come in next 2026 with promises that will be fulfilled. They want help now. Many are thrown on the bread line. Thousands are thrown on the bread line. Instead of weaning them off of a broken system, quote unquote broken system, all right, they were immediately slashed. how are you going to feel that you're working? You have children, you have your bills, and in a blink of an eye, you have nothing. Children watching you, wifey watching you, what next? Many people are homeless because of this. They have to return to their parents' homes and stuff like that. They don't know what to do. And it came about in a critical moment. Just think about it. My child passed the C exam, and there are costs involved. Everybody knows the booklet is thousands of dollars. The next item, I don't know how the horse ran away and leave the cart. But I cannot understand why parents have to pay such an exorbitant amount when they go to register their children, thousands of dollars. So they have to go with the registration fee of thousands of dollars. When they get the booklets, thousands of dollars, they have to pay for uniform, and then they have to pay for their children transportation. This is the reality that many people had to face in September. So while, hey, it's good of promises, but you can't dump people into an abyss and then tell them, wait for the promise it coming down the pipeline. They need it now. They need that olive branch now. Grants, all right, the little bit that the grants will offer, they have to go through mean assessment and everything. And the thing about it is not all getting. Not all people are getting. And you know what? You know who is suffering too now? Our future generation, the children. Some children can't go to school. Parents say, I can't pay your school fee, or not school fee, pay the transportation fee. All right? So right now, our future children are being affected. I could understand a wean system or a tier system that the government, has adopted in several areas. But that slash like this is like, it's for the poor people, the low-income people, all right? These are people, many people, all right, could choose what they want to have for breakfast. We're coming on to the reality, all right? Being realistic. You could have your eggs, your butter, your cheese. You could have cereal if you want to have coffee. If you want to have tea or drinking chocolate. Some people this morning, they have to choose, they have no choice. And the children, bread and butter and a cup of tea. And when they reach the school, they have to depend on the school feeding program. Thanks to the full school feeding program, because you know why? Daddy unemployed, he got thrown on the bread line. And these are low-income people. All right? So when we're talking about these promises, and it coming, and it coming, and it coming, yes, these are promises. But there must be a safety net for people who are vulnerable. You're talking about another glitter, another twinkling bulb, is protecting the purchasing power for the vulnerable. Now, when you're protecting the purchasing power of the vulnerable, you can't do that by plunging them into unemployment. If you plunge them into unemployment, in economics, you have what is called supply and demand. And if somebody don't have purchasing power, then obviously it would affect their demand. They have to now scrabble of what is a priority from what is not. And it trickles on to supply. It affects the supply as well. So this is the big reality that we are faced with, which a lot of people is listening on public media now. Hey, yes, there is not a bridge, as Senator had said. That bridge to transform, that bridge to transform is not in promises for next year. It's in promises between tomorrow I need a meal, or my children need transportation, or my children need money for books. Some students, we are in October, and the list of school books, it has not been completely filled as yet. Why? Because mommy can't help, daddy can't help. Many parents have to pick up, other than those that was slashed, generally have to pick up a second job because of rising food prices. Talking about the average man on the street. So when you raise various taxes and different taxes, and there is where we will increase revenue, and we're going to get more money to pay our debts and stuff like that. You know who is going to feel it? The poor, the vulnerable, the person who is on grants, because the grants not going up, the pensions not going up, and the salaries people getting is not going up. So when cost of living go up, and somebody have a mortgage, somebody have loans, and cost of living going up, all right? The thing about it is they still have those bills to pay. For example, tax on industrial and commercial electricity. We all know anytime you tamper with utilities, it's going to trigger a cost of living increase. So don't think that the port, Massey stores, food basket, and other places, all right, I could go on and on, like industries like, food, the hardware industries, people's mom and pop stores, all right, fast food outlets are not going to raise their items, the final product, because they are not going to incur that bill and leave it, whereby it's not going to trickle down to the poor. So you can't tell me that you're going to increase industrial and commercial electricity and it's not going to touch domestic people, the poor, domestic homes. Cost of living is going to go up. The grocery is not going to say, oh my goodness, all right, we are not going to increase on flour and sugar and milk and the essential things and rice, and we will try and incur that cost. No, the cost is going to be passed on. And when it passed on to somebody who has a fixed salary amount, all right, and already struggling, and many have to pick up a second job to make things work, all right, then what happens? So you're seeing here where people, all right, are being affected. You can't say, wait, promises are coming. Cost of living is going up, and the budget is triggering it. Parts of the budget is triggering it. So you're giving something in one hand and taking it back in the other. That dangling carrot of super for the drivers, people who have vehicles, when they have to go and purchase parts in the bamboo and the motor establishments, who have to pay commercial electricity and industrial electricity, all right, charges. You think they're going to leave the price of a radiator the same? You think they're going to leave a fuel pump the same? You think they're going to leave those parts that is essential for the car the same price? No, it's going to go up. So when people think they're saving $50 at the pump, that's why I say that's a distraction carrot. Because you have to go and spend it back, right back. You have to go and spend it. For example, you're saying now that you're going to charge banks and financial institutions. You think these banks and financial institutions is going to just absorb that cost? Where are they going to throw the cost? Where do you think it's going to throw the cost? It's not going to say, hey, I ain't throwing the cost on you. You getting disability grant, or you getting pension, or your salary low. Is everybody going to feel it? In higher service fees and stuff that people already crying out for. So the thing about it is, and even they're going to pass on that same commercial electricity cost as well. So when you're saying, all right, hey, we're raising this, we're raising that, but we are fair. When it comes, how fair is fair? All right? So you're seeing here that you can't tell me that certain aspects of the budget is not going to increase the cost of living. I am raising the points as we go along. All right? So, you have, all right, let's look at the service charge for landlords. Right now, there is no regulatory for landlords. They're just raising as fast as cost of living go up, they're raising. A lot of people in this country is renting, from young people even to the elderly is renting. And the landlord's going to say, you can't tell me I have to incur an over $2,000 fee and I'm not going to pass it on. Because here what? The landlord had to pay the fee. The landlord now come back and he have running a business and he have to pay different charges. What he or she is going to do? All right, pass it on to the poor tenant. And the poor tenant, okay, the poor tenant is going to have to pay. Where they paying it from? The increase in rent. Food going up, where they paying it from? And this landlord fee is not just for private, Let's say people are being innovative and you have entrepreneurs having their little cosmetic store, hairdressing, and all these things. Now, here what? They have two fees increase to pay. One, electricity, because they fall under commercial, and two, landlord fees that landlord gonna factor into the rent. So, cost of living going up, people who are entrepreneurs and have their own business wondering, Lord, what will happen next? We will have to pass the charge on to the customers. And then the customers holding their head and saying, Lord, we having promises coming down the pipeline, but they have to put things in place. What would happen in 2026, January 2026? And you know what? In January 2026, they go in and take out more money out of the salary for NIS. So you go in and take out more money for NIS. I understand that. And what is so hurtful, on the same note of NIS, people paying into a fund because they want to be independent, they will not be qualified for elderly government pension. So they're putting away for the later years. And to be hit in the face with the startling reality, where be money gone? All your thing collapsing in 2033, you know? So we had to take more money out of all your salary. So it's like, Lord Jesus. Then all what we was contributing into, where it gone? Who managed it bad? Bad investments. What went wrong over the years since NIS began? To know. All right? All who was in governing power since then till now, all right, where the money gone? It's so sad because all of us are going to be affected. All of us. And I could understand that the government realizes this is a serious issue and it must be dealt with now. All right, I understand that. But don't tell me you're going and take money out from January. All right, and people are saying it's not much, it's not much. If you calculate every week for sometimes 5 weeks a month, and you total it, you will see how much every month. For somebody who is getting an average salary, sometimes there's the bare minimum wage. And linked to what I previously said with all the cost of living going up. My main concern for this is taking the money and dumping it into the abyss. The same thing is going to happen all over again. I believe in preparation, putting the guardrails, so when it starts, because for 1 month, you're going to collect a good amount of summer money, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. So while the guardrails are now putting into place, how much money have been collected already? So I have a big concern for it, of putting the guardrails, because you know what would happen? God spare my life in 2033 and our lives in 2033. If no guardrails are put in place, we are going to be faced with the same issue. Where the money gone? So what we need to do is put in safety nets and a proper guardrail and proper accountability. You can't say, right, you're going to put it in the future while taking money in January. So that is my main concern, because it's very sad that people of Trinidad and Tobago, the working class, when it had the pandemic and people realized that companies, some businesses were taking out NIS contributions and was not paying it to the NIB board. There was pandemonium. People were scared. People wanted to know for years. Companies wasn't doing it. So now we are hit with another reality, that fund going and collapse. The fund going and collapse. So if the fund going and collapse, all right, okay, something has to be done. What everybody wants to know is that when time for retirement, they have, because they put it into something, is happy to say, here it is, than where it is, where it gone. So we need proper guardrails, because this is our money that coming out of our salary, and now it's going to be an increase into our pockets that we now have to, we didn't cause the problem, but we now have to pay to fix it. That is the working population of Trinidad and Tobago. So I am hoping that the government will put in safety nets and accountability, checks and balances, and guardrails towards this, so we wouldn't have to go back to saying, hey, 5, 10 years, we had an increase again. All your pension is disappearing. When you put into a fund, your pension shouldn't disappear. All right? So the thing about it is that it's so scary when people, the public, have to hear that. So I'm hoping that the government will put, guardrails to protect the vulnerable and the working class so that they would be able to know that in the future they could pay for, when they retire, they could pay for the medical and they could be able to survive and live and not plunge into poverty. All right? Now I go to another little topic called exemption of taxes for private pensions. And they're saying, oh yes, that sounds really good. All right? Now, if cost of living is going up and the exemption of taxes on private pensions, obviously it's going to be reabsorbed, because even though the tax and take out, in one way, the tax are going to be taken out either in food, in services, because you cannot tell me the utility companies that have to pay commercial electricity is not going to raise their rates on the packages that they offer consumers. It come in. It come in. When they see it, all these conglomerates that serving have businesses and chains of groceries and utility companies, it's coming. So when people feel, hey, I don't have to pay increase in electricity because I am domestic, it's coming, but in another category. You will have to pay for it. So even though you save your $50 at the fuel pump, you have to pay it some other way. Even though you don't have a car, even though you don't have a car, you don't have a vehicle, it's going to be trickled off to you, either increasing the service, the payment for the taxis, the maxi taxis, all of that is going to increase because everybody is going to increase, because you know why? It's a ripple effect. And this is what is called the ripple effect. All right? So, you know, as I say, cost of living going up, we had to brace for it. But my heart sunk last week, Friday, when I heard on public media, quote and unquote, we have to learn to invest. Now people have to invest. Invest what? What could we invest when people can't even have a bank account? Right now, many people bank accounts. And I'm talking not from me, I'm talking from people who spoke to me and tell me many of them, the bank account is just, it had to remain at an open balance. They're living paycheck to paycheck. So what are you going to invest? Your children, transportation fee to go to school, your rent, your money for buying groceries. What are you going, your money for mortgage? What are you, and your money for your utilities? And it going up in January. So when I heard this statement, it's like, what? This have to be so unrealistic and insensitive, because I can't invest. So much less to meet the needs of people, you're talking about investment. Right now, people don't want to hear investment. Right now, people, they're panicking. Cost of living going up. I have to, they can't buy and put on groceries. It go finish one, or it go turn into Weeble. Because that's what people were doing in the pandemic, and they buy a whole set, they take out loan to buy groceries, and it all turned bad. So there will become a certain point whereby you have to face it. So right now, people are thinking, what happened? The future generation, we talk about lofty 10 million for research at the University of the West Indies. You know what's going to face students right now? You know what is more the buzzword? Increase in fees. They were going to increase it, and it has hold off for now, but it's going to happen. What students are going to tell their parents? And here the big thing you will tell me, turn to GATE. GATE have a means assessment, and it's very, very rigid. So when they come and they assess mommy and daddy income, they don't want to know that the groceries gone up in the supermarket, you know. They'll say you don't qualify. All right? So it would affect education for our future. So this is the reality of what's happening. So it's just for us to think. All right? I'm not shooting down the entire budget. But as I said, it has a lot of glitter. A lot of glitter wording to make us happy. But in the future, while waiting for, you know, all these promises, what are going to happen in the interim? All right? So I don't know what we're going to invest. I am still waiting to think what the man on the street going to invest. It would be nice if we could do a survey and reach out to people on the street and ask them if you have any money right now to invest. Honestly, I was very shocked to hear that. Because you know what? When I heard that, then I come to the realization that some people, they either are not in tune to, they talk about poverty, they talk about vulnerable, but they don't know what it really means. They never live it. For somebody to say, invest and learn to invest and things will get better, for a poor person who's trying to make ends meet day by day, all right, I think it was unrealistic. All right, I will now focus a little bit on, all right, they talk about there is Foundation for Life. It's going to be used for the less fortunate. And you have 1,461 units being built in Arima, Dabadi, and Kuva. Fine. I am so happy for that. But then I read that persons with disabilities are going to be focused to be down Edinburgh 500. Why Edinburgh 500? Could somebody tell me why? If we talk about being inclusive and we are going to be treated equal, why put us in Edinburgh 500? Over a year ago, one of my students died. And when they found him in his house, a few days after, under suspicious circumstances, all right, he lived at Edinburgh 500. And the next thing about it is, if you're talking about equality, all the glitter, Christmas tree bulbs, words, and the glitter of inclusiveness, equality for the vulnerable and persons with disabilities. I don't agree with taking and hurting all persons with disabilities. So you're trying to make a district of disabled people.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
In my international experience, I have never seen that. All right? And I don't agree with this. I believe in full inclusion. Why persons with disabilities should only be thrown in Edinburgh 500? So if they want to come to Port of Spain, they're on a disability grant, they have to pay 3 means of transportation or wait for the bus. all right, certain areas. Why we cannot live in one of those units in Dabadi, in Couva, in Arima, in St. James, in Maloney, in any other, the Lopino, in any other the housing developments. It will be great to see persons with disabilities living among other citizens. We don't have a plague that you have to sectionize us off and quarantine us. That is a form of quarantining. And in the human rights, all right, the CRPD, they talk about, 2006, they talk about inclusiveness. Trinidad signed on to it, they ratified it. So you can't take on section we off and throw it down in Edinburgh 500. We want to walk out of our home. Good morning to anybody else. And you know what it is? Many neighbors will say, hey, I admire this person because they live so independently. We would be examples in the society for those who want to think about being lazy and sit by the street corner. They could say, hey, you see me, let me get my act together because a blind person, look, the person in wheelchair, the person hearing impaired, look, they're living, going to work, and they're maintaining their homes. But don't put we down and exclude us and only Edinburgh 500. I don't agree with it, and
Senator.
I don't think when that decision was made, it was made...
Senator, your time is up.
Time's up?
Yes.
All right, okay. All right, well, thank you very much and for your listening, and I think I got the point across. Thank you. And just the last, I just want to leave with a question. All right, and the question is, the government strategy, all right, all what I, yeah. All right, okay, all right.
No, it's not manners. Everybody has been treated equally.
All right, sure, not a problem. All right, thank you.
Shut up. What's all,
Okay,
what's
all right,
this clapping
senators.
about?
All right, I think we have been here for a while. Okay, senators. We will be taking lunch now. I think we'll be back at 2:30. So now the Senate is now suspended.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Let me first of all start off on a bit of a sad note. The national community, the national sporting community, and the swimming fraternity has been hit by two unfortunate deaths recently of former national swimmers. One, Stephen Otley, former Fatima Boy national record holder, one of the best breaststrokers the Caribbean has ever seen. He passed away yesterday. And Jerome Brammer, a former national swimmer, also of Fatima College, passed away in Washington about 6 days ago. So to the swimming fraternity and to Trinidad and Tobago as a whole, I want to express our deepest condolences to the family and friends of these national heroes. Madam Vice President, Senator the Honorable Dr. Marlene Atz, I congratulate you on your ascension to the board of ANSA McCall. And I hear it, and I'm glad that you disclosed that. But suffice it to say that the government under Kamla Persad-Bissessar, while respecting and understanding corporate Trinidad and Tobago and the importance for job creation, is a prime minister of the people, for the people, and by the people. So when she is weighing policy decisions, she would lean on the side of those most challenged, those at the lower ends of the economic ladder. So when you see the policies for extension of or increase in age limit for foreign use, that's to allow all the citizens to be able to afford transportation. And while some people may believe that that creates traffic because the roads are designed only for a certain economic bracket, I can assure you that this government understands the problems, will create innovative solutions to ease traffic and increase production. Also, the costs and the requisite taxes that were put on duties on alcohol, everybody knows that's self-explanatory. The prices have been raised. And while, as Senator Dan Paul said, that's an inelastic demand, we also want to stress that the PNM was at great pains to complain about how much was always spent on health and the healthcare system and free healthcare, even suggesting that they wanted to privatize it and throw in innuendos. But healthy lifestyles are a part and parcel of this government to reduce the cost of NCDs and lower the budget, the bill for the health sector. So that is part and parcel of this policy. This budget must be commended. The Minister of Finance, guided by the Honorable Prime Minister, for the first time in 9.5 years, we saw a budget with a plan, with possibilities, with hope. We saw public servants and labor celebrating rather than being angry and vexed at being talked down to. We saw citizens happy to go to the gas station. And yes, $50 per tank may come up to $400, but it is a benefit across the board. And the multiplier effects will take place as transportation costs decrease and the government's agricultural plan and diversification takes our route as we move forward. So, Senator Atz, I also will implore you at your new position, seeing that you didn't mention that Guardian Media Limited falls under your auspices as a board member of ANSA McCall Group, that so maybe we could start to see a little bit more fair and balanced journalism from Guardian Media Limited, rather than reporters so full of venom and not understanding their journalistic principles, because you are a lady and a citizen who has lived extremely well and fairly and balanced, and I'm sure that you will not be part and parcel of encouraging any sort of Balizé juice from a Guardian Media Limited. So I look forward to them returning to their basics, back to basics, their journalistic principles. Ask hard questions, of course, but the absolute venom and political bias of the PNM could not be the way. That's why they also lose $14 million per year, which you would not want to oversee. Honorable Senator Lalit Etienne, don't worry, Honorable Senator. The guardrails have been put in place. The guardrails to protect the NIS and to protect the nation's treasury and to protect the country have been put in place. They were put in place. They were put in place on April 28, 2025 in a landslide victory, removing the issues and the problems that you may have had with the NIS that this government agrees with, that citizens had been contributing. But that PNM blight, that PNM government has ruled us for 76.2% of our existence. And when you ask them where the money gone, you are correct, because they had people like Calder Hart and Andre Montai in charge of our money, and we don't know where it went. But this government has to bail the cat. This government cannot allow, by 2033, the entire system to collapse, because then everybody who had contributed would lose. Every single citizen, every single worker would lose. So the Honorable Minister of Finance, and the direction of the Minister of Planning and the Prime Minister, has decided that they will bite the bullet and protect the future for all of our citizens, and it's worthy of a pounding of the table. And I assure you, as you say that you would contribute and you hope to be alive at 2033, and I wish that you are, Godspeed, but in 2033, the NIS will be alive and kicking, because the guardrail is there and the PNM shall never return to government in this country. Senator Lalit Etienne, there is no herding of any special needs or differently abled people into any one area. I'm not sure where you got that from. Edinburgh 500, the bottom floors, as well as all HDC developments across Trinidad and Tobago, are going to be made available in certain percentages for differently abled people. So there is no herding of anyone anywhere. That's just an opportunity for those who are most in need to access housing. Plus, Edinburgh 500, while all over Trinidad and Tobago became a hotspot under the PNM and nowhere was safe, whether Goodwood Park, Lange Park, Gulf View, murders happened everywhere. The current Prime Minister and the Ministers of National Security here are dealing with that situation, and the murder rate has come down 42%. My learned colleague, my young Senator Rashid here, temporary senator, lives in Edinburgh 500. So I don't understand why you are criticizing, but I can assure you that all over Trinidad and Tobago, anywhere, those differently abled, our people will be treated equally, with fairness, love, and respect, as has always been done by the Honorable Prime Minister. We must not live in a vacuum. People have track record. People have policies that they have done, that they've created. The Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar was Prime Minister of this country from May 2010 to September 2015. In that time, she increased funding for differently abled autism grants, went up to 1,500, 2,500 per school, per student in all areas. In special needs and Paralympic sport, she increased sport funding across the board for all of our differently abled, for the Blind Cricket Association, for the deaf, for everybody across the board. She created schools and encouraged in sports camps during the summer months, as we say, or the July, August, and Easter. Over 6,000 children who are differently able receive high-level qualified coaching and talent identification in sport. School feeding program increased for the differently abled. Opportunities will abound. And in the HDC, in the Ministry of Housing, unlike the PNM that spent some $2.8 billion and only built 4,775 houses in 9.5 years, this government will build houses and opportunity will abound for all, including the differently abled. So I want you to rest assured that nobody will discriminate, nobody will treat those most in need and most vulnerable with anything other than love and respect in this side. The Honorable Senator, I always have to laugh when I say this, the Honorable Senator Vishnu Danpur, a former permanent secretary who lost his way, not understanding that permanent secretaries are to be apolitical, that they are there to protect the public purse. He boasts about his affinity to PNM back in 2008 and 2009 when he was promoting and pushing the TTRA, the policy of the PNM. And I don't understand how he can say that so freely, not understanding that public servants must be apolitical. Governments change. We are in the political arena. We delve in it and we will battle, and we like that. But a public servant, especially one as qualified and as brilliant as the Honorable Vishnu Danpal, for you to admit that while you are permanent secretary, you are PNM, that hurts me in my heart, in my soul, and that's why the country is in a mess. Because others like you also see your colleague who you worked with in the Ministry of Finance, the most powerful ministry, the Honorable Alison Lewis, as we lost government in 2015 September by spurious means, but we won't discuss that now. Apansa, she went onto the board of the PNM Port Authority. She also went on the board of Republic Bank. She also, after having advised the previous government that Nikwan and those assets of World GTL were of no good and it was a bad debt, she went on a board of Nikwan and got the assets from the PNM. This is why our country is in a mess. So I've heard the words uttered by Senator Atz and Senator Lalit Etienne. Fairness, equity, impartiality, opportunity, living out the words of the Constitution. Let me tell you, Honorable Senator Lalit Etienne, it's not Christmas decoration. It's not jokes. Kamala Prasad Bisesa, who is the Prime Minister, who selected her cabinet, her MPs, her members, her senators, she believes in that. Her policies as Prime Minister show that. The first cabinet note she ever brought was a Children's Life Fund. She continues to show that she loves people and believes in equity because she swore in on this, the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, which says in the preamble that we will respect, B, the principles of social justice, and therefore believe that the operation of the economic system should result in the material resources of the community being so distributed as to subserve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, and that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate in inhumane conditions. The Prime Minister believes this, she lives this, and her policy shows this, and this is what this budget is about. So anyone who comes to pretend that this Prime Minister is on fluff, like the PNM who came here, and every minute it's arrogance, it's gallery, it's laughing, it's dishonesty. They cannot even account for the money. The Auditor General, an independent institution, could not formulate an opinion on the PNM's accounts for 2 years straight. And they have the audacity to come here and criticize a government just incoming. And the Honorable Vishnu Danpal, who was there, who is of finance, will stand here and tell us about what he believes is going wrong and the debts and so on. Yes, you will have a great understanding because you knew better than anybody what was being obfuscated, what was being hidden from the population. We hide nothing from the population, but we will fix it. We're not afraid. We have the wherewithal. You see, the problem with the PNM is that they take their level of incompetence and cast it upon others. Let me assure you, Honorable Senator Danpal, that ministers here in the different spheres are very qualified. They've earned their position through hard work, education, discipline, punctuality, and the ability to be creative. We don't select people just because we like them or they went to the right place at the right time. We don't select people who fail in mathematics. We don't select people who take 6 subjects and fail 5 and boast about it. We have brilliance across the board. So while you can't see the diversification that will come because your shades are dark and it's colored by your colleagues who are incompetent, I can tell you the revenue streams that are going to be increased will create a difference, will create greater tax revenue, will create opportunities across the board. You sat in a government, I know you only got a Kobo sweat of a month, but before that, since 2015, sport tourism is Trinidad and Tobago. Kamala Prasad Bissessa constructed some of the greatest facilities. I don't know if you have even been. That aquatic center in the USA, there is no aquatic center like that. That center could have generated over 3.5 million US between November 25th, Thanksgiving, and January 13th, before the semester starts for spring in USA and Canada, with teams coming to train. But do you know what PNM did? Sat down. All the eggs in a dragon basket. One super minister flying back and forth to go and dance conga line, hoping to get something with a narco-terrorist drug trafficking regime, rather than developing what we have. For example, sport tourism. Do you know that your PNM government only went out in 2023 late, and it didn't even come in yet for RFPs for a master plan for sport tourism? The PNM is a blight, and that's why we are here. This government is not and cannot be compared to what the PNM does. So anybody analyzing this budget presentation with a lens of the PNM is woefully inadequate, because you have to be able to walk and chew gum. The Honorable Senator Danport said that our minister does not want, or he wants to dip into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Therefore, he predicated the budget on a price that was so high that means he could dip in it. Well, one thing this Honorable Minister of 1 month, Kobo Sweat, knows about is dipping in the Heritage and Stabilization, because they dipped, whether he was here or in London or in the Ministry of Finance, them dipped like never before. The only thing they didn't have was chips and a dip. 13 times over $3 billion US. The Heritage and Stabilization in 2015 September was left by Kamala Prasad Bissessa at $7.6 billion US. After 9.5 years, it should have reached somewhere around 15 to 17 billion US. Instead, it dropped to 5 billion US, and this PNM gentleman is here with a straight face telling us that we want to dip in it. When we were in government, we put money into it. It expanded from 2.3 billion US up to 7 billion. The other thing that he would know, I'm glad, because he knows it inside out, the way to budget and the way to dip into the Heritage and Stabilization. He didn't tell the country that when his minister of grain and laugh at the population, his minister of raise price and harass everybody but himself, when they budgeted, they took the price right up to the exact number higher than they expected. They budgeted at $92 per barrel and $2.36 US per MMBTU, the exact number, knowing full well that if you budget lower, because most ministers of finance would leave a gap, would leave a little bit there, so that once you go 10% above what you predicated your budget on, that money would be deposited in the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. But what they did was budget so close that it can't be an increase, so they did not have to put savings for our children. PNM is anti-children, anti-savings, and anti-people of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable former Minister, well, the minister is two Ministers of Finance, and then one changed from Finance and went in Public Utilities, and the first thing he could do is spend $1.3 million to outfit an office so he could feel comfortable. But that is PNM. So to tell Honorable Senator, the PNM is gone. So don't judge us by the PNM. The blight is gone. The failures are gone. The lack of diversification is gone. Those who just want to use the government to enrich themselves, they are gone. Senator Dan Paul said there's a derailment, and whether the salaries are 10%, whether it comes before or after, it has to be paid. Yes, it will be paid, and it will be negotiated. And he knows full well that negotiations could go up, down, around, all around, and only his finance people, who are very bright with equations and so on, can only calculate when the actual figure has been decided. Suppose the PSA negotiates very well and gets up to 10.25%. Who knows? The starting point is 10%. So you don't come here and put a budget. Budget is not a game to play. When that is budgeted, it will be handled and it will be paid for, because Kamla Prasad Bisesa believes the resources of the country are for all and for all the workers. So there will be new revenue streams, there will be job creation. You all shut down. You sat in a government that shut down a refinery, caused negotiations. You spoke about the oil and gas, and we being price takers. That's true, except that the way that we do it, NGC has to negotiate with the upstreamers. How come you didn't mention to the population that when your former prime ministers, one elected and one selected, went to Houston to negotiate a gas price, that immediately after that, EOG and BPTT, their revenues went up 69%. As you well know, they have to post their results in their bulletin. And if they went up 69%, what does it mean? It's a zero-sum game. So we went down 69%. So therefore, that ridiculous negotiation, the upstreamers took advantage of your former two prime ministers in Houston, who took people like you and Jerry Brooks and other intelligent people, put them aside, and then went to cut a deal. Whatever deal they made, the people of Trinidad and Tobago suffered, and NGC made a loss. So I can assure you, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Minister of Energy, will allow those intelligent public servants who study and are very bright to negotiate on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and not some failed lawyer who went up in CIC because his daddy got him in there and he bullied Imran. That will not be happening. So we're safe. The guardrails are there. The Honorable Senator Dan Paul said, this budget will collapse. Well, I wanted to listen to him on that topic, because he is an expert in collapse. Yes, so you must listen to experts. If you have a problem, you have an aneurysm, you have to listen to the neuroscience, right, to the neurologist. So as an expert in collapse, I sat listening to this expert in collapse, because the economy collapsed under the PNM, the foreign exchange collapsed under the PNM, the job market collapsed under the PNM, safety and security in Trinidad and Tobago collapsed under the PNM, infrastructure in Trinidad and Tobago collapsed under the PNM. The PNM government and all collapsed on April 28th. Balize House now collapsed, all the contractors go on. How come it stopped? Why? Tell us why it's not going up now, where the money was coming from. So Senator Dan Paul, you also collapsed, unfortunately, as Minister of Finance. You swear in and get a Kobo sweat for a month. That could be a world record, and I like world records. In less than a month, you were out of office. I feel I'll rename you Senator Collapsing. You talk about downgrade. This, you know, sometimes I sit here and I want to know if the PNM field, everybody had no memory. If we like that movie 50 First Dates, where the girl had got in a car accident and her long-term memory was dissipated and gone, and therefore every day she began a new life. That is what the PNM believed. You were there for 9.5 years when Kamla Prasad Bisesa handed over to you, and you were the permanent secretary. The credit rating was A+. In 2015, AAA+. By 2024, you dropped it down to BBB- stable. And then with your economic policies, the thinking that the government not understanding the new policies of this government, it went down to negative, and you are saying that's UNC's fault? Let me tell you something. If you read and you know better than I do, but I'm really talking to the population out there, the ratings agencies, they give you negative, but they think that they may, if you don't make changes, they may downgrade you. However, the guardrail is on, changes made. April 28th, bright people, intelligent people running, good prime minister, not arrogance, not golf course, not disappear for 27 days and go California and don't tell nobody. There is a government in charge that will make the changes requisite and get us back, climbing back up to that AAA grade rating that we had before. And I don't even know, my hand shake when I see a document with a P&M logo on it. It's feel I had to go and do some jarry and all kind of thing. But the People's National Movement put out a statement about this budget. And it says, the media release, opposition outlines reasons for rejecting the UNC's 2026 budget. The opposition wishes to place on record its official position regarding the appropriation financial year 2026 bill 2025. The opposition voted against this budget because it represents a betrayal of the people's trust and a continuation of the UNC government's deliberate campaign of deception. It goes on to say, it burdens small businesses and protects the wealthy and politically connected. Well, I'll pause right there for a moment. It protects the wealthy and the politically connected. Let me read something for you. And when you understand that this government is going to put some burden on the wealthy, and Honorable Senator Lalit Etienne, don't believe that bullies will survive. The way you contributed, you said, well, once we tax the banks, they will pass it on. Understand you have a government here that understands how to deal with bullies, how to deal with oligopolies, how to deal with those who collude. So have no fear. We don't just do things without thinking. We have a lot of brain power in the cabinet. But let me just give you, maybe Senator Dan Paul, you could help me with this one. Because right here I'm reading about rental of properties, for example, right? And you see that we are going to equate, and we talk about equity across the board and giving resources to everyone and giving everybody a fair share. But what if I was to tell you that there was a politically connected, let me read all your words, a politically connected landlord who rented a property to the P&M government. And when he rented this property to the P&M government, the law, Trinidad and Tobago law, the property was under residential. There was only residential approval, which means residential electricity rates, residential water rates. You should only be able to charge residential rent as opposed to the higher rents of commercial. As you would know, when you get commercial permission, or if your land moves from agricultural to residential, your land and your value asset goes up in value. What if I were to tell you that there was a politically connected landlord who rented a building to the government of which he was a part, and the government approved that and paid that landlord commercial rents for 6 years, and that landlord is yet to get change of use? What would you say about that? What would you say if the P&M government was paying taxpayers' money at commercial rates to a landlord who only had a residential building? What would you call that? Because you said that this budget is fraudulent. I suggest to you that what I am talking about is fraud. Because if you charge and you pay for something, the taxpayers' money, for something of that does not exist, you break the law, you receive excesses of money, that is criminal conduct, that is fraud. What would you say if I said that that is the situation? What if it was investigated by the authorities? And the authorities said to this politically connected landlord, well, you have to pay $3 million because residential to commercial, you have to pay. And what if I told you that that was taken to the cabinet in 2021, and on April 28, 2025, no decision had been made to tell that landlord to pay his $3 million, and he was still collecting commercial rent from a residential property? What would you say, Honorable Senator Dan Paul? Would you say it's fraud? Would you say it's fraudulent? You come here and you discuss the UNC budget as fraudulent, strong words. But I put to you that that was in your cabinet. a PNM, politically connected person. You don't know because you was only there for a month. You like to jump out, you know. You just run faster than Usain Bolt. When you're in something, you're in the whole bag, eh? You buy the bag and the caboodle, right?
Collapsing.
So, I can tell you this has been passed to the Honorable Attorney General to be passed on to the fraud squad. And if anybody wants to answer and correctly record, they can at any time they jump up, okay? Because the fraud squad will do the investigation. I'm not a police officer, but all I know is that if you collecting money under false pretenses, that is fraud. Until Senator Lalit Etienne, that is what UNC and Kamala Prasad Bissessa is against. And that's where the resources will come to be spread down to all. Because the PNM is greedy. They eat all the food on top, recuse themselves 652 times, which means taking decisions to benefit themselves, their friends, they're politically connected, then come to attack the UNC government. You all have no shame. And if anybody want to stand up and clear the record, I am here. Senator Al-Rawi, anything to say? The next one, there was another PNM minister who went on big press conference and said, my family companies and things do business. I am a big minister and a powerful man and all kind of position, and nothing I did to enrich myself and so on, and there was no preferential treatment. You all wanted to go through this. You all must not attack people and call them fraud when all you know, when the cap fit, wear it. And I have a whole carload of cap for you today. No preferential treatment. Well, I am privileged to be in the HDC as a minister in the Ministry of Housing. And there's a certain powerful PNM, former PNM minister, senator, big boy, wanted to lead the PNM. And he said that no preferential treatment was ever given. Okay. However, I have in my hand, in June 2025, the managing director of the HDC. Now, HDC under PNM owes the Ministry of Finance, is correct, nearly $1 billion. That they don't pay the bills, but they come to tell us, probably more. We ain't finished adding up yet, but close to $1 billion. We owed goods and service providers to the tune of $77,962,906 in June of 2025. This is about hundreds of contractors who are owed. But somehow, the managing director, who's very close to some of the senators sitting down here, we could say one word broke and all of that, very close, decided to do a lot of work, went through these documents to select who would get paid and who would not get paid. Now remember, we are run by this constitution. If everybody is owed money, then everybody has the same right to be paid, and it should be based on a policy, whether it is length of age debts, who is owed longer, who is owed more, whatever, a fair, opaque policy. But this HDC director, J.L. McFarlane, came and presented to the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Housing. She wanted to pay out money, not the full $72,962,906, but she wanted to pay out a portion of money, 31 million or so. And when this document was presented, when going through it, we saw companies like Pical Services Limited, 6,367,000, Rivulet Investments, 2,800,000. Whoever know these companies, just whistle, you know. Just whistle. Because you all come here in this parliament and play sanctimonious. Sure serve. If anybody family connected to that, whistle. 2.04 million. A total of 11.2 million out of 20 million for these companies connected to one PNM former minister, but they say it's no special treatment. Isn't that special treatment? What's the policy? And when you look at the documents, I cannot show it on Vice President, but I mean, when you look at it, you get nervous and shake. When you see the kind of thing, it's just all the yellow is just the minister company and them, the family companies, right? Or this managing director took all the citizens that are owed all that money and somehow just selected that of a PNM minister to pay out $11 million like that. Is that preferential treatment? Is that equity? Is that fairness? Is that working with all those most in need? Is that helping the differently able? Or is that self-serving? That's what the PNM is. Corrupt to the core. And then we add on that, and it goes on and on. You know, I could go on, but that going by the Attorney General too and to the fraud squad. But I don't have time to go through all the PNM corruption. But then they talk also about CPEP, and they cry for the workers of CPEP. Imagine a man, a former minister, a former Attorney General, get up on a platform in public and say he wants his children to cut grass. Ooh. He wants his children to cut grass. Well, I could tell you I have 3 children, and if they have to cut grass because that's the best they could do, well, so be it. I will go there and carry them a bottle of water and watch them cut the grass. But never one day did I dream about my 2 daughters or my son going out in the hot sun to cut grass for a living. I really didn't. I dreamt about them being attorneys. One is attorney. I dreamt of them being professors and businessmen and academics, you know, and I work sports heroes. I work towards that. But a man who made $145 million while he was sworn to be a government minister is telling poor people and the differently able that he wants his children to cut grass. Well, take all the money you made from the PNM government and give it to people who cut in grass. Because the 10,000 workers that they claim is workers with CPEP and URP. Out of the $1.4 billion that some minister went and tell some chairman that the cabinet had approved, but the cabinet did not approve, and the board members were duped into approving on the day of the election, April 28, $1.4 billion for contractors of CPEP, not for workers. Contractors, and here's who some of the contractors. Ask the mayor of Point Fortin, the PNM. He's the mayor who in charge of keeping the place clean, picking up garbage, cutting bush, but he have a $2 million CPEP contract. That is PNM. Those days are gone. The guardrail is here. Another just come one from downstairs. You talk about equity. Equity and merit has returned with the UNC. If you're bright, you're bright. If your children bright, you're bright. Get what you deserve. But you have an MP from the PNM downstairs who only got into law school with some B's. All other children could not get in. But somehow some PNM plan, he get in. But on top of getting in, he had $2.7 million with his family in CPEP contract too. So he's a CPEP lawyer and a CPEP contractor. But it didn't done there, no? It didn't done there. Over the last few months, I ain't gonna lie, I don't cry easy, and my daughter just get married, and I didn't cry because she lucky she get a good man to marry. Better than I could ever be. So I was happy with that. But I have nearly cried meeting people at housing. Women, single mothers, poverty, 4, 5 children, thousands of people. I've met at least 850 people coming, begging, thinking minister could give them a house, reference number and so on. Full families. You know what the PNM did other than not build house? In 9.5 years, they built 4,775 houses, right? You know what they did? They gave the same CPEP MP, the same couldn't get into law school MP. That wasn't enough for one person. You know what they did? They gave him a HCC house too. He had no wife, he had no family. Me and him know if you'd ever have a wife. So ask Kareem Marcel if this is what being in government is about. The PNM is gone because the PNM is corrupt. So imagine the PNM talking about Edinburgh 500 and differently able. Yes, people will get houses and people will be loved and respected and given an opportunity to uplift themselves. Not this PNM disgrace. So not only he get squeezed in law school where he didn't deserve to be, so he could earn money, his CPEP contract to cut grass now too, and then get a house while single mothers and families are begging for housing. That is PNM, and the PNM is gone and shall never return. God will not do Trinidad and Tobago that. And our next one, Guardsman, PNM, campaign manager, San Fernando West. Yes, look at this. All kind of ghost bills. This going by the Attorney General too for Guardsman. That is San Fernando West, right? And finally,
Minister,
time up?
Time up.
Okay. Well, the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez gave away today because I was going there too. I go do that on doubles and coffee. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. All your PNM talk now. Bless.
Senator John Bates.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for allowing me this opportunity to make my first ever contribution to a budget debate in this Parliament. I'm very happy to have that honor because, like most civic-minded citizens in this country, I have always followed budget debates very religiously. I follow the debates religiously because budget debates reveal three things, three very important things. They reveal to us the state of our national coffers. They reveal to us the government's vision, if any, for the short and medium-term development of the country. And it also gives an indication of how our national patrimony will be divided amongst the citizens. Now, given my background, my perspective on the budget has often been colored by my experience as a young professional. So that's the lens I often viewed the budget through. But though that remains largely true, my assessment of this budget has been colored by another new, profound, and personal experience, and that of motherhood. So it's from these two vantage points that I've examined this government's budget presentation, and I have come to one ineluctable conclusion about this budget. This budget is fake, and this budget is fraudulent. It is merely campaign rhetoric dressed up as feasible policies and initiatives. Madam Vice President, I expected this budget to address the concerns of parents, especially mothers. And this expectation arose because of the public posturing of our Prime Minister. She has often cast her leadership in maternal terms, speaking about her love for children, styling herself even as the nation's mother, and positioning her government as the protector of families and children. In one of her speeches reported by Newsday on May 14, 2024, the Prime Minister had this to say: "One of the most fulfilling feelings is the happiness and joy experienced when you return home to a happy family." She went on to say that it is possible to balance career aspirations with family life, encouraging women not to view motherhood as a hindrance to their professional goals. She declared, "It is very possible to have a career and be a mother at the same time. You don't have to choose between the two." Senator Arnel Roberts embellished this imagery of the Prime Minister as mother and mother of the nation by mentioning in his contribution that one of her first initiatives was the Children Life Fund, and they're often positioning her in that light. But Madam Vice President, it's very easy to tell women, go off, have children, and the career will fall into place. A government that truly cares about mothers and fathers would not just romanticize the vocation, it would support the vocation. It would ensure that those who have to work outside of the home are able to balance those responsibilities with the responsibilities to their family. And that balancing act, Madam Vice President, is becoming more and more difficult to achieve. Just getting to work on a daily basis has become a Herculean exercise for many individuals. For those of us who live in the East and Central and South and who have to work in Port of Spain, we have to get up and leave the house between 4:30 and 5:30 in order to get to work on time and drop the children to school. God forbid you put him out your thoughts and leave your house after 6. No telling how many hours you would spend in traffic. And the journey back home is just as daunting. Most of these people leave home in the dark and arrive back home in the dark, and their children suffer the same thing. The cost of living for young families is another burden. A single box of Pampers that could last a child 2 to 3 weeks costs $350. Don't talk about the price of formula. The smallest tin of formula, the cheaper ones, cost about $80, and that lasts me about a week. And if your child has any kind of reflux or any other sensitivities are required to buy the more expensive one, you're going to pay at least double. Do the maths. You're adding that to the price of milk, bread, produce, and transportation. And you have families constantly making trade-offs between nutrition, comfort, and survival. It is because of these issues and more, I expected to hear a plethora of initiatives in this budget geared towards mothers, fathers, parents. I wanted to hear things that would ease the burden of parents. Perhaps a baby box initiative like what they have in Finland, where you get a maternity grant that provides an expectant mother with either a package of baby essentials or a cash benefit. Or maybe an extension of our early childhood centers, where you'd have daycare services for children under 3 years old. Or maybe even some more flexible, countrywide, I should say, flexible working arrangement for parents. So I listened to the Minister of Finance's speech. I combed through the estimates. I listened to the Standing Finance Committee religiously for the 5 days. And Madam Vice President, I was disappointed. There was nothing viable beyond the $1 reduction of super. Nothing for parents. Salt, VAT-free salt, I guess, wash it down with some Mobi or something, but nothing viable for them. Madam Vice President, in many countries, governments have moved toward a more gender-responsive budgeting. They have provided a framework that examines how every fiscal measure impacts men and women differently. These sort of frameworks recognize that women often bear a disproportionate share of unpaid care work, and that policies which ignore these realities only deepen inequality. Such a lens would have compelled this government to ask, how will this tax, this surcharge, a grant, how will it affect mothers? These mothers who often have to choose between buying groceries and paying a light bill. How will this policy impact the single father raising 2 children on a minimum wage? A truly caring government would have used this budget to rebalance opportunity, not through slogans like, what is this? Economic fairness and wins for all and sundry, but through fiscal design. Madam President, if this administration, Vice President I should say, is sincere about supporting families, then it must build motherhood and fatherhood and care work into the economic equation, not treat them as mere afterthoughts. Now, Madam Vice President, let me be fair. I saw 2 initiatives in this budget that may have been of interest to some parents if they would have been posited in a fair or a realistic implementation plan. Firstly, there was the Pearl project. It was said that this project would be aimed at ensuring challenges in vision, hearing, and growth and development are detected before they become learning barriers in children, and that there would be universal screening initiated for children between 4 and 6 years to detect learning challenges. Now, Madam Vice President, early detection of development delays are critical. That is a very critical thing for a child's future. Now, when I speak of development delays, for those who are not familiar with the term, I'm referring to when a child does not achieve expected developmental milestones at a particular age range. In simple language, these delays occur because of the way the neurons in their brains would have been wired in an unhelpful way. This can cause these children to struggle in one of the areas of development, and these areas are gross motor skills, so that relates to how you walk, you crawl, you run. Fine motor skills, that relates to your ability to hold and manipulate objects, speak and language, and social and emotional skills, and your cognitive intellectual skills. If these delays are not addressed early, with targeted intervention, the severity of the developmental disability may be exacerbated, learning outcomes are poorer, and children are less likely to achieve success in school and later in life. Madam Vice President, other countries usually screen for development delays periodically when the child is between 0 and 3 years old, so that the interventions can commence as soon as possible. This is because the brain is very neuroplastic at that age. That means it has an ability to adapt if given the right interventions, and the wiring can be changed so that you can have more successful outcomes in these children in the future. Madam Vice President, these therapies can create, when done early, they create the correct connections in the child's brain, and the stronger those skills and behaviors are secured in the brain, the better outcomes for the children. These interventions usually involve speech therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy, behavioral therapy, and other resources and support for children and their family. The assessment and follow-up of these therapies are very expensive. In the private sector in Trinidad, an assessment could cost as much as $5,000, and each therapy session costs as much as $500 per therapy session. Now, if a child has a global delay and they have to have interventions in all the areas I spoke about, that's 3, 4, and 5 different therapies once per week. And if the child has to go through the public sector, where the assessment may be free, you have another problem. Currently, appointment dates at the Child Development Behavioral Unit in Mount Oak are over a year in the future. And the Development Clinic in Arima, not too far behind with those dates. Therefore, any initiative that could result in a speedier, more efficient support for children suspected of having development delays, those are welcomed. But, Madam Vice President, screening children, as this government has suggested, between 4 and 6 years old, that is too late. Entirely too late. And you don't have to take my word for it, you know. Take the word of the renowned pediatrician, Dr. David Bratt. In an article entitled $1 Budget, dated the 21st of October 2025, Dr. Bratt had this to say. The description of the Pearl Project is a riot of confusion, obviously written by someone with no idea of what they are doing. It's also one of these politically correct statements that have no basis in reality. Screening children between 4 and 6, that's too late. And I'm continuing to quote, you know. You need to be screening children from birth at a national development center whose scarce resources are concentrated. And, Madam Vice President, there's not no talk, you know. This actually happens in our neighboring Caribbean countries. St. Lucia, for example. They screen for development delays at health centers when the child is 6, 8 months, 3 years, and 5 years. If needed, the child is then referred to the Child Development Guidance Center, which provides comprehensive development assessments, early intervention, and therapeutic services. So, Madam Vice President, the Pearl Project is just yet another example of how this administration, their tendency to announce the plan first and roll out the concept, plan it sometime later. The rollout of the concept before building the structure is not sustainable. At the same time, that same pattern of announcing the thing and then looking to plan after, that pattern repeats itself in another area touching women's dignity and health that would be of concern to parents. This period poverty project. Madam Vice President, the period poverty project is a laudable initiative. Many women and girls struggle to afford adequate menstrual hygiene products. Several organizations in Trinidad already recognize this. The Soroptimist International, the Project U Foundation, Feminititi, they have all done commendable work to address this issue of poverty, period poverty, and I commend them for that. In fact, Madam Vice President, last PNM administration, we also recognized that period poverty reflected deeper challenges of inadequate hygiene, poor waste management, and limited menstrual health education. To confront that problem, the Community Development Division of the Ministry of Sport and Community Development launched an End Poverty project in April 2024, which began in Mayaro and expanded quarterly to other districts. So I applaud this government for continuing the good work started by the PNM. But I note only $5 million has been allocated to launch this pilot project to fund education and sensitization campaigns. $5 million. Madam Vice President, for my friend who didn't hear me, I already said the PNM already had such an initiative. And unlike the current administration, we are not dependent on partnership to sustain the project. $5 million could only sustain this project for 6 months. You are banking on private citizens and NGOs to do the heavy lifting. $5 million is simply not enough. Now, would it not have made more sense to subsume this project under a broader adolescent health program or to administer it through the Ministry of Health via our health centers? Unfortunately, we didn't get any logistical framework. We didn't get any implementation plan, so we can't scrutinize it further. So yes, we note the good intentions in the PEAR project and the period poverty project, but there's a saying, Madam Vice President, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Madam Vice President, for all this shouting about winning, the Minister of Finance actually delivered a budget that undermined the ability of mothers and fathers to sustain their family and eroded the assistance currently available to them. First, let's take the increase in the national insurance contribution, which was touched on by some other speakers. This government announced a 3% rise in 2026, followed by another 3% rise in 2027. In real terms, by the end of those periods, citizens will be paying 45% more in their contributions than they do already. For a mother earning $6,000 a month, that means an additional $120 taken away from her salary every month. Now, for some, that might seem insignificant. But for many households, that $120 is the week's transport, the groceries, or the child's ability to get to school. Then we have the landlord business surcharge, which Senator Etienne delved into. It was said to be a tax to broaden the revenue base and promote fairness. And, the government is now calling on landlords to register with the BRR, costing them a one-time payment of $2,500. And then if they have to pay 3.5% of their gross annual rent if their income exceeds $20,000. Madam Vice President, the reality, as Senator Etienne already pointed out, is that this charge will be passed on to renters, no matter what Senator Anna Roberts says. For a single mother struggling to keep her family afloat, that is an extra $100 or so that may be tacked on to her rent. That $100 could sink the family. And the only advice that the Minister of Finance could give is move. Really? Move? I would invite you to go onto one of those renters' pages in Facebook and see how easy it is to find a landlord who is willing to house a mother with children. Most of them say no children allowed. Do you know how hard it is to find a nice, decent landlord who will accept children? Moving is simply not an option for many people. Madam Vice President, in addition to these increases in expenditure, parents now have to worry about the possibility of the dismantling of many of other assistance that were provided to their children. Let's take the school feeding program. That program has been cut by $10 million. Do you know how many mothers and fathers depend on that to provide breakfast and lunch for their children? Do you know how many children will starve because of that cut? Then we have the school supplies and book grants, which the PNM started, $1,000 to assist financially disadvantaged students to acquire supplies at the beginning of the school year. That grant is also in jeopardy. Parents ensure to get our grant in 2026 because during the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister of Education admitted that no funds have been allocated for the grant in the budget. The program, he said, is under review. This government will, of course, point to their universal laptop program as proof of their commitment to children and education and students. But history has shown that the first iteration of that program failed spectacularly to obtain the objectives. Teachers were not trained on how to integrate devices into school. The schools lack the technical staff. The schools have no Wi-Fi internet connectivity, and there was no maintenance to assist with the upkeep of the devices. It must be that Senator Daniel Rashid is a unicorn because he is one of the few people whose devices lasted more than a few years. Yet the government insists on reviving the same model, promising to deliver 18,000 laptops to Form 1 students for this academic year. What Form 1 students? Which Form 1 students? Not in this country, because first we heard they was getting it by the end of September. Now when the Standing Finance Committee, the timeline moved to at the end of this school term. Madam Vice President, where are the laptops? The children really getting these laptops? Madam Vice President, as young people say, not easy. It's not easy out there for parents. And this regime is uninterested in ensuring every citizen can provide for their family. How could they be interested when they heartlessly terminated over 40,000 URP and CPEP and reforestation workers, many of whom were single mothers? How could they be interested when you have a current senator, sitting senator, calling on UNC members to let go of PN employees? How? That's a caring government? This administration is not sincere about supporting all families at all. If it was, they would have built motherhood and fatherhood and care work into the economic equation and not treat them as afterthoughts. Madam Vice President, supporting mothers and fathers is not merely a matter of compassion, you know. It is sound economics. Countries that invest in family support systems see higher female labor force participation, lower poverty among single mother households, and long-term gains in child development and national productivity. Madam Vice President, now I turn to the youth perspective. Young professionals and young people in general, they don't fare better than parents in this budget. Madam Vice President, what does this demographic think about? What are they concerned about? What do they want to hear in a budget? I posit there are three things that are very high up on the totem pole for young professionals and young people in general: jobs, education, and housing. So I'll look at them in turn. The government would have this public believe that they're doing an excellent job when it comes to job creation. After firing over 50,000 people in a short 5-month tenure and freezing hiring in the first part of that tenure, they are now boasting of this recruitment drive, advertising 20,000 jobs through a new national employment website. But how realistic is that promise? Madam Vice President, Calypsonian Crazy, he sang a song called Liars. I don't know, you're looking young, you might be familiar. But it says this: half of what you see is just illusion. Most of what you hear is not the truth. The things they tell you, it will be convincing. It have no value, and it deceiving. Go and listen to that song. Illusions and falsehoods, those are the order of the day when it comes to the line items and the personal expenditure in this budget. In many ministries, the sums budgeted for personal expenditure cannot even cover the salaries of the existing staff, far less the so-called new recruits. During the Standing Finance Committee, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services admitted that all 600 vacancies in her ministry were being advertised on this recruitment drive. But there was no allocation to pay any of the persons hired. In defense of the recruitment drive, the Minister of Finance jumped in. He spoke of an employment fund, over $475 million to meet the shortfalls. But, Madam Vice President, it's simple maths, you know. $475 cannot pay the salaries of 15,000 people, far less for 20, even if you pay them at a minimum wage. Those are not real jobs. They are just announcements, false advertising, fake. It appears that this government intends to work magic to find the money to pay for all these jobs. And that's not my assessment. That was the explanation given by the Minister of Housing during the Standing Finance Committee. It was pointed out to the Minister that there was not only a reduction in the allocation for salaries and COLA in the budget, but his entire ministry's budget was reduced by almost $100 million. And when he was asked where he could wire the money to hire the people, he said, "We do magic." Madam Vice President, this is not Harry Potter, you know. We're not in Hogwarts. You can't run a ministry by magic, okay? And unfortunately, magic cannot save the on-the-job training program from the chopping block either. For years, this initiative has given young people an opportunity to gain practical skills and experience through real-world work environment, all while gaining an income. This so-called caring government has cut the OJT program by $45 million at present. At present, the OJT program has 4,489 trainees. Yet the Minister of Tertiary Education intends to hire only 40 people this year. This government likes to speak about investment in innovation. Yet it has scrapped the $500 million long-term loan guarantee scheme for small and medium enterprises. Under that initiative launched in 2022, the government guaranteed 80% of the value of a loan. To soften the blow of the announcement of the scrap, they have announced what they call the National Innovation and Incubator Program that will benefit a mere 100 individuals. Madam Vice President, 100 persons in a country with tens and thousands of people unemployed and underemployed, with 40,000 people that were just 50, what a climbing of people who just fired. Yes, it's climbing. It's climbing every day with you all. That 100 people will barely scratch the surface, Senator Anna Roberts. But I'll come to housing. Madam Vice President, housing. The housing market is very daunting for most young people. Even starter homes are listed as $1 million and up. In a Guardian article entitled, "What Salary Gets a $1 Million Home?" dated the 9th of October 2025, the president of the Association of Real Estate Agents of Trinidad and Tobago had this to say: "A critical concern in the current real estate environment is the affordability crisis facing young professionals aged 25 to 40. Despite a steady level of interest in home ownership among this group, actual purchases remain low. High property prices, stringent mortgage qualifications criteria, and limited affordable housing options have placed home ownership out of the reach of many." Madam Vice President, this government knows that housing is a hot-button topic. That's why they were up and down this country peddling dreams about housing. They promised home ownership, a fund where the young people coming out of school could contribute, and the government would put the remaining funds towards a down payment. Where is fund? I would like the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to answer that. Where is the fund for the young people? Worse still, up and down, they were making these grand promises of delivering 500 houses a week. That was the first promise. We're getting there. Then the Minister of Finance made a boast about delivering 20,000 houses in his budget speech. And the published speech said, the speech that all of us got, said 20,000 houses in 2 years. When they realized water more than flour, here's what they say. Nah, that was a typographical error. Now we hear that they're only building 612 houses in a year. But the 500 houses per week gone. Magic. And at the rate they're going, if you're only doing 612 houses, and God forbid they last the 5 years, that's only 3,000 houses in the 5 years. They wanted to deliver these 20,000, how many the houses, the numbers fluctuating, whatever number of houses, they were going to do it through a PPP initiative. But these PPP initiatives have some problems. I won't delve into them deeply. I'll just list some of the problems that those initiatives often have. They often have unexplained fiscal costs. They often have significant implementation delays. And sometimes the private partner defaults. So whatever number they were projecting, without the magic that they have, it was never going to work. Now, the Minister of Housing so eloquently said in the Standing Finance Committee that housing is a foundation upon which dreams are built and generations find stability. Yet, where the funding for the affordable housing program? It's missing. Nowhere to be found in the budget. They cancel the funds for the regeneration of communities in East Port of Spain. East Port of Spain get real knocks in that budget, you know. We had to look at that. What it is about East Port of Spain, boy? I can tell you. This government really wants us to believe that it cares about the struggle of young people and young families. Is this really a people-centered budget that they were boasting about? Madam Vice President, let me move on to education and skills training. I would like to thank the government for at least maintaining the UTech program started under the PNM administration, which trained hundreds of young people in cosmetology. Yes, clap for yourself, Minister. Events management, culinary arts. Thank you, former Minister of National Youth Development and National Service. It has also indicated, this government has also indicated, it will commence a new construction sector skills program. But Madam Vice President, under the now defunct Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, young people already had access to training in construction, in addition to several other excellent programs. You had All Set, where they got training in heavy machinery. You had the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, and we heard a lot about that before, and I'm sure my fellow colleague will delve into that. You had Amplify, where they got training in music production. You had training in hair braiding, weaving, nails. You know how much a nail check is charged? This ministry ensured that youths could have a viable option to gain employment and to be self-employed and self-sufficient. This government has gutted most of these programs and rebranded a few to mama-guide the people into thinking they're doing something new for the youth. Madam Vice President, while this budget speaks of youth empowerment, the numbers tell a different story. The few initiatives are dwarfed by cuts, and these were programs that were already delivering. It's a budget of substitution, not expansion. As the opposition leader rightly called it, it is fake and fraudulent. And Madam Vice President, when our budget offers substitution instead of opportunity, when it cuts more than it creates, there's only one predictable outcome: brain drain. When bright young minds cannot find opportunity here, they will take their talents elsewhere. Every engineer, teacher, nurse, creative who leaves, they take with them not only their education, but our public investment in their training. Young people do not leave because they lack patriotism. They will leave because of lack of prospects. With this government's unrealistic economic outlook that was already explained by Senator Vishnu Dampal, the rising cost of living, which was already recognized by Senator Lilith Etienne, and with the crime unabated despite the imposition of a SOE and with a Minister of Homeland Security only blowing hot air, more and more young people will be pushed to emigrate. No amount of expansion of the avenues for citizenship with whatever bill will compel young people to move to Trinidad and Tobago if this government continues on the current trajectory. If the government truly wishes to retain young people and attract others, it must create opportunity not only for youths in its strongholds, it must create opportunity for all youths, even those in East Port of Spain. Youth from urban areas deserve to win too. Now, I'll just spend a few minutes addressing some of the points raised by Senator Roberts. It won't take much time, didn't say much. Now, he spent a lot of time attacking Senator Dan Paul on a personal level, talking about he was a PS and then he turned PNM and blah, blah, blah. But yet, the senator feels, I wonder if you remember her name. Let me see what's his name. Emmanuel George. That name ring a bell? Was Mr. George? Was not, yeah, you don't ring a bell. Look it up. He was a PS and then became a UNC minister. So it's absolutely nothing wrong with becoming a PS and then going over into a party. Senator Roberts started to talk about who bright and what bright and who got in school without help and la la la. Senator Roberts, please look to your left and your right and your back before you start talking about who bright and who in bright and who needed help and how much passes. Think about those who blowing hot air and not blowing hot air, okay? Then the minister spent time talking about the 10% for public servants. Yet again and again, this government keeps saying that they have to wait on the negotiation before they can put the 10% in this budget. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. It makes no sense because in the Standing Finance Committee, time and time again was admitted that funds were placed in the budget as a contingency for different line items that had nothing substantial, boards that don't exist. Yet, the Prime Minister has indicated that the public servants, the negotiation will start at 10%. But somehow it was so hard to put the 10% there if you had the money. That don't make sense. And to these public servants, I want to apologize. You're not going to get this money by Christmas. It is not going to happen. Because if you have to negotiate and the money not in the budget, you have to wait until at least the mid-year review to get the money. So I'm sorry, it's not coming before Christmas. Then the Senator Arnel Roberts spent time, and I expect many of his colleagues will do that, talking about the 9 years PNM in government and what they do and what they didn't do. Senator Batiste, 9.5, sorry, I'm corrected. Senator Leroy Batiste also spoke about that. You know, that's still not a good excuse because you're here now. Well, you all spend 9.5 years talking about all the things you would do and wouldn't do for everybody, all and sundry, who will win and who will win and who will win. Now the people gave the country the run, focus on that, run it. Don't study about what the PNM did and didn't do. And I want to also say to Senator Roberts, he needs to get his facts straight. All the thing about the paper he was showing, despite our standing orders and reports, he's going to pass the AG, I hope he get them facts straight. All right? People looking for a former minister of sport, eh? All right. So in my last few minutes, Madam Vice President, I want to grade this budget. I'm going to let my colleagues settle along so they can hear the grade. No, don't let her waste your time. The grade is F. I give this budget a F. F for fluff, F for false, and F for fraudulent. They built the revenue base on an over-optimistic energy price, already out of sync with market realities. There's little in the budget that truly speaks to diversifying our economy or investing in the productive power of the people. And while the government talks about economic fairness, it has failed to make adequate provisions for young people, our bright, capable, ambitious young people who are not short on talent, but very soon they'll be left short of opportunity. Meanwhile, the government has laid new layers of burdens on mothers, fathers, and families through surcharges, levies, and hidden taxes disguised as reform. This is not accountable fiscal policy as they have touted. It is political expediency dressed up as policy. So, Madam Vice President, I want to leave you with this. Our families deserve better. Our young people deserve better. And Trinidad and Tobago deserves a government that deals in truth and not an illusion and magic. Thank you.
Senator Joan Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and I wish to congratulate you on your elevation to the role of President of the Senate. I also wish to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the Appropriation Financial Year 2026, Bill 2025, and to share my own perspectives on the aspects of housing as outlined in the budget. At the outset, I wish to endorse the government's view that housing is both a social necessity and an economic driver. Indeed, a home is not only a shelter, it is the foundation for stability, dignity, and community life. And so, I welcome several measures outlined by the Minister of Housing. The increase in the Home Improvement Grant Program, which will be doubled this fiscal year, the first-time homeowner grants, and the Foundation for Life program, which will provide rent-to-own options for seniors and single mothers. These are positive steps worthy of recognition, as they have the potential to make the difference in the lives of our most vulnerable. Now, prior to Senator Lalit Etienne's contribution, I also wish to commend the government on its initiative for inclusive housing for persons with disabilities at Edinburgh 500. You see, Senator, the Honorable Anil Roberts, it is stated in the Minister of Finance's budget statement that inclusive housing for disabilities will happen at Edinburgh 500. So I understand why this led to her belief that it's limited to that. And therefore, this is why it underscores the importance of consultation with stakeholders. So now we understand how that perception can affect people, because the truth is there needs to be inclusive housing at all developments. And so I'm heartened by your acknowledgement that this will occur. Right. So, Madam Vice President, I note with interest the proposed reintroduction of the Land for the Landless program. In its earlier iteration in 2015, this initiative provided qualified applicants with a service plot of land and a foundation, along with options for 2- or 3-bedroom house designs and construction materials. It was a promising idea. However, it faced challenges. Notably, many applicants signed agreements for sale, but they never made any payments of deposits. And many of them were unable to complete construction because they lacked a stable income or access to financing to purchase the land allocated to them, and therefore the program was shelved in 2017. So, as we move to reintroduce this program, I urge that it be done with stronger policies, stricter eligibility criteria, better financing screening, and adequate financial support mechanisms to ensure that beneficiaries can actually complete and occupy their homes and get the deeds. Now, the Minister of Housing has also indicated, and I believe it has been mentioned at least twice here before, that the new housing construction will be funded through public-private partnerships, PPPs, and through innovative financing mechanisms. Now, the marriage of public-private partnerships and housing is not new. For example, the Mahogany Court, which is a 160-unit apartment complex at Mount Hope, was completed in 2016 using a PPP model. This is where the government provided the land and a private contractor or developer covered the construction costs. However, PPPs are not without hurdles in the form of complex contracts, delays, managing poor quality in construction, the issues of disputes, accountability, and most notably the allocation of risks, which must be carefully managed to ensure that the public sector is not left absorbing the greater burden.
We continue to expect transparency in the allocation of these proposed projects. And I was certainly looking forward to hearing more, Senator Anna Roberts, about these innovative financing mechanisms that you were planning to use in supporting this much controversial target now of 20,000 affordable homes. Referenced, I should say, not only in the statement of the Minister of Finance, but also in the introductory remarks of the Minister of Housing. So let's turn to this housing target issue. In 2015, it was projected that 10,000 applicants would benefit from national housing annually. Today, we're seeing 20,000 affordable homes, and that is ambitious. We can acknowledge that. The question remains for me, over what period will this be achieved? Because history gives us lessons here. In fact, between 2003 and 2018, fewer than 14,000 homes were built by the HDC, which was far short of the targets between 2003 and 2018, a 15-year span. So it fell far short of the targets of 100,000 homes promised in a decade. So this raises questions about the feasibility of current projections, particularly given the reduction in housing allocation, which of course you can appreciate is a concern, from $1.28 billion in fiscal year 2025 to $662 million in fiscal year 2026. So this disparity underscores, I believe, the need for us to re-examine housing policy. You see, we're always over-promising and under-delivering. And so we need to ensure that we align plans with fiscal and institutional capacity. If the need remains the same, the target is ambitious, and the allocation is reduced, I think it's fair for me to ask, how realistic is this? We must address consistent variances between what is budgeted and what is actually spent, because I'm saying this, year to year to year, we continue to have unmet housing needs. And this turns me to a concern that I've heard ventilated just before. The adequacy of our nation's housing stock is a vital indicator of the standard of living of our people. And it is a sad thing, but the reality remains that for most people on the HDC, owning a home is out of reach. Approximately 85 to 90% of applicants on the HDC waiting list, they don't qualify for mortgage financing. Many of them just don't have the required income to save for the deposit. And many of them, they say even after they've saved for years, by the time they've amassed any savings, they don't qualify for the requisite mortgage term. So this means that a significant portion of our population will continue to rely on rental options. We therefore need to ask, who exactly are the intended beneficiaries of these 20,000 affordable homes? Because if the average person cannot afford it, and they can't meet this mortgage criteria, then is home ownership the benchmark of success? Government housing policy may have to shift and place greater emphasis on affordable rental opportunities and rent-to-own models so that citizens can transition from tenants to home ownership, if we are being realistic. Now, I note that the Minister of Housing has also expressed a desire for single-family units in village-type communities with reduced lot size, as opposed to the apartment or condominium-style multi-story developments. And while this reflects a commendable vision of community living, I believe that the availability of land will determine how practical this venture will be, as we may be required still, Senator Roberts, to pursue a mix of solutions, including retaining the multi-story developments, especially in high-demand areas. Much of our policy discourse rightly focuses on the poor and the vulnerable. However, we must also consider our shrinking middle class. You see, the young professionals, the ones with the university degrees or teachers or nurses, they are fast becoming the working poor. Many of them are ineligible for state assistance, and they cannot afford to purchase homes on the open market. They can't even afford to purchase a home with joint incomes. Even that is a struggle. And if they are shut out of home ownership, we risk deepening inequality. The words of the mighty Sparrow come to mind. Children, stay in school and learn well. Otherwise, later on in life, you're going to catch real hell. Real hell. Sadly, Madam Vice President, many young educated citizens in our society catching real hell. And that is because there's no incentive. You come out of school, you have to pay student loan, and you have all these big dreams, and you can't even afford to buy a decent house. The inability to own a home contributes to disillusionment. And that phrase that we've heard in this house, brain drain. Our brightest minds are leaving us for opportunities abroad. So I wish to suggest that our housing policy should also cater to this group who forms the backbone of a stable and thriving nation. Madam Vice President, I wish to turn to a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, a briefly related matter. The importance of upholding the rule of law in taxation and property matters. You see, we have a challenge in Trinidad and Tobago with the enforcement and respect for laws. Legislators and leaders must be careful not to encourage disregard for lawful obligations, even when we disagree with a policy. You see, there was a time when citizens were told not to pay the property tax, and some of them who did were ridiculed. Yet many complied, not out of partisanship, but because they are law-abiding citizens, aware of the legal consequences of non-payment. You see, property tax operated as a charge on property, allowing the state to recover unpaid taxes against the land itself. So many citizens complied because they were aware of the implications of non-compliance. And there are citizens who understand the relationship between property, wealth, and taxation, and appreciate that taxation, when fair, can promote economic justice and support community development, which brings me to this point. You see, now the government is proposing a landlord surcharge to take effect on January 1st, 2026, with rates of 2.5% and 3.5% of annual rental income with a one-time registration fee of $2,500. And now, after we've been telling people not to pay the tax, we now need to get their buy-in, and we need them to now comply. We need them to buy into this proposal. And this measure has generated concern and confusion. Some erroneously believed it only applied to commercial properties. You see, because the Minister of Finance sought to make a distinction between this surcharge and the property tax by saying that it would only apply to commercial activity. So I think it needs to be clearly stated that this surcharge will apply to all leased properties, residential or commercial, that generate rental income. And as an attorney at law who has spent a lot of years in real estate transactions, I am also interested in the details of the legislative framework for the implementation of this surcharge and the tax administration procedure, including the administrative sanctions for non-compliance, late or fraudulent declarations, because I wish Mr. Roberts were here to answer this one, or perhaps I may refer this to the Senator Honorable Philip Alexander, or even if the Honorable Attorney General were here. Will this surcharge operate as a charge against property? But I guess we will get the answer to this question. Right. So while While the measure may be viewed as equitable, since it targets income-earning property, it also affects many small landlords, including homeowners and pensioners, who rent part of their homes to cover mortgages or supplement fixed incomes. For these persons, every single cent derived from rental income is needed, and they will be impacted significantly by the implementation of the surcharge. Even though people say it's nominal, every cent for these persons counts. The impact on tenants cannot be ignored. In the absence of rent control, landlords are likely to pass the surcharge on through higher rents. That is predictable, and it's been discussed all throughout. The truth is, there's the statement that right now the landlord is king, and tenants have very little bargaining power in a market with little affordable housing. And so the minister has asked citizens, the Minister of Finance that is, to push back against unjustified rent increases. But I ask, without supportive regulation or functioning rent assessment board, exactly where are tenants to push back to when safe, affordable rentals are scarce? Indeed, our Rent Restriction, Reenactment and Validation Act of 2002 lapsed since 2003, and rent control mechanisms have not been reinstated. I note that in the 16th interim report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration in 2020, it was noted that in the absence of these regulations, both tenants and landlords are at risk in different ways. So the tenants are at risk of exploitation, and the landlords are at risk of managing the delinquency of tenants. Now, rent control is a very thorny issue, but it deserves renewed legislative attention. Now, there's another issue I wish to highlight, because I understand that the Minister of Finance noted on a recent interview on a radio program that he wasn't aware of it, and I think I could raise this issue at this time. It's important to note that property tax remains in force. Despite the government's intention to repeal it, it has not yet been formally repealed. And this has resulted in uncertainty in property transactions, which requires vendors to issue indemnities for purchasers, or sometimes purchasers withhold funds to cover potential tax liabilities. This situation is untenable, and I believe that citizens deserve clear and consistent laws that don't shift unpredictably with each change in administration. And lastly, Madam Vice President, I turn to Tobago, a place that is dear to my heart. And on the issue of property, there is a lack of clear land title, which remains a major obstacle to economic development on my island. And so let me explain that whereas property may just seem to be about shelter, it's more than that. It's the opportunity to take your property, take the equity in that property and get a loan. To take that loan and to improve your home. To take that loan and to finance education for your children, to develop your small businesses, to access health care. And for many Tobagonians, they can't do that because they don't have proper land title. And this problem stems from historical challenges that go as far back as Hurricane Flora in 1963, where documents were lost. We have a history in Tobago of having unadministered estates, and there's significant delays in progress and land registration. And it's something I feel passionate about because it's been discussed. It's been well known, and in fact, the recent discussion on August 24, 2025, between the Chief Secretary and the Minister of Land and Legal Affairs, of course, it signals a commitment to address this matter. They have discussed that they will give resources to increase the processing of applications for Tobagonians to bring their lands under the Real Property Act. They've indicated that the vacancy of Assistant Registrar General will be addressed, but I wish to respectfully highlight that the cost of bringing an application to bring your land under the Real Property Act ranges from $60,000 to $100,000. So merely expediting these applications is not going to help the average Tobagonian because the cost remains prohibitive. So I was hoping to hear much more about how we were going to get proposals to really address this situation. I know that the previous administration mentioned mandatory registration of titles, and that would have been operationalized in 2020, but that was not a reality. So what I want to say is this: Tobagonians don't just need aspirations. We need real plans, and we need real solutions, because resolving this issue would grant immediate relief and unlock economic opportunities for the people of Tobago. So, Madam Vice President, I end by saying this: the adequacy of a nation's housing is a measure of the quality of life of its people. Our task is to craft housing and land policies that are transparent and practical, policies that align targets with fiscal reality, encourage compliance with the law, and protect tenants and landlords alike. I wish to emphasize that now is the time to resolve this long-standing land titles challenge for Tobago. And if these objectives are achieved, then the promise of home as a necessary place of security, belonging, and opportunity can truly be realized for all citizens of this beautiful island of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Chaitan.
Madam Vice President, before I start, may I also congratulate you on your ascent to the chair. Before I delve into the substance of my contribution for this debate, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to those who have made this possible. I commend the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, along with their dedicated teams, for converting the will of the people into this comprehensive budget document. Their tireless efforts reflect accountable fiscal responsibilities that prioritize the needs of every citizen. I extend my thanks to all who participated in our nationwide budget consultations, especially the people of Aruca-Lopino, for attending sessions and providing feedback, questions, and suggestions, and their concerns. Their input has been instrumental in shaping this fair budget. I remain their voice in and out of Parliament. A special acknowledgement goes to our Honourable Prime Minister, who played a critical role in guiding the policy and direction and meticulously examining the policies and allocations to ensure they align with our vision for a prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. I give personal thanks to our Honourable Prime Minister for her guidance and for this sacred blessing to serve that she has afforded me. Before I debate this budget, I must first address Senator John Bates' errors. First, how dare she berate our Honourable Prime Minister? As a mother, she should have respect for those who are elder, who have and hold office higher than this.
She can't walk in her shoes.
Senator Bates asked for baby boxes when the PNM cancelled our Honourable Prime Minister's baby milk grant.
Exactly. They did that.
She cannot fill one shoe of our Honourable Prime Minister and the mother of this country. Senator Janelle John Bates went to pains to say that she is a mother and lamented traffic issues from east to west, the price of Pampers boxes and formula boxes. Now, I too am a mother, And I suffered all these things under a PNM government.
They have it so.
All those were woes that the PNM put in place under their reign.
Where she was 10 years ago.
As for her foray into child development issues, I will only give her kudos for attempting to pronounce the medical nomenclature. I will correct that screening and development therapy is not available only at Mount Hope. The NTRC that will be opened by us will offer free therapy for all disabled, which is more than they ever did.
Tell them.
Furthermore, it was the PNM who refused to open early childhood education centers, took away laptops, cut school transport, scholarships, and GATE. Senator John Bates should ask her colleagues why they kept the Children's Hospital closed for 10 years, why they voted against the Children's Life Fund Act. Their solution was to give children weed.
Shame.
She spoke about our budget, cutting this and cutting that. Let's talk about cuts. The Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa and then Honorable Minister Tim Gopi Singh in 2010 to 2015 gave $133 million for textbook grants annually. From 2016 to 2024, the PNM was cut down to $33 million annually.
Tell them again. Tell them again.
They cut the textbook grants by $100 million over 9 years. The PNM refused to open the Hoover Children's Hospital, saw the death of 23 babies at the Port of Spain General NICU. School feeding, they lamented. From 2010 to 2015, 76,000 meals were served daily. From 2017 to 2020, it dropped to 48,000. In COVID, it was 28,000. So please, Senator Bates, remember that Crazy also sang the songs, "Don't Try That," in 1980. He also sang "I Am Kamala" in 2013.
Don't try that. You like that?
Madam Vice President, as we debate this budget, I must address and rebut some more of the misleading narratives put forth by previous speakers from the opposition. The PNM has a history of unfounded attacks on the UNC, often painting us as incapable of sound governance, while conveniently forgetting their own track record of failures. Yet it was under their watch that foreign reserves plummeted from $11.4 billion in 2015 to just 5.4 in 2024. Let us talk of their mismanagement and the funds that don't come and disappear. I'll bring your attention to a 2025 Guardian article on the 23rd of October, 4 days ago. Mayor's company collected $2 million in CPAP contracts. Investigation exposes political ties, missing audits, and conflict of interest concerns over the company Links Limited, owned by a Point Fortin mayor then, who garnered more than $400,000 per year in CPAP earnings from 2021 to 2024. Investigations will be ongoing even then, as the mayor did not file declarations of income in 2023. I will leave the rest of that for Philip. So you see, they are trying a kind of reverse Uno on us, Madam Vice President. Senator Bates has a child, she will understand that one. What they do is they cry foul over our realistic revenue projections, but their own budgets are riddled with over-optimism, leading to repeated drawdowns from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund in their tenure. They are trying to assume that we will do what they already did. Madam Vice President, Sigmund Freud calls that psychological projection.
You sure they understand what I mean?
I'll explain it to them.
Explain it to them. Teach them.
It is a defense mechanism that one uses to protect your ego from guilt and shame. I'll repeat it.
Papa, you.
It is a defense mechanism that one uses to protect their ego from guilt and shame.
Shame. Shame on them.
Recent newspaper articles and editorials have echoed PNM criticisms, labeling our budget as fake and fraudulent, budget of deception. But let's get the record straight. These claims are nothing more than a political spin. The opposition decries our revenue assumptions for oil and gas prices as unrealistic, yet they ignore credible international forecasts that align with our figures, especially in a recovering global market. Their assertion of a hidden $20 billion deficit, it's baseless fear-mongering, Madam Vice President. Not one of their speakers have discussed how they arrived at that insane figure. They complain about hidden taxes like the 0.2% asset on levy banks, the electrical surcharges, but these measures are targeted at high earners and industries, and the earnings from them will fund social programs without burdening the vulnerable. Meanwhile, they overlook the relief we provided, like the $1 reduction in super gasoline that directly affects and benefits motorists. This $500 million that we will retain from these pump figures, they remain in the hands of the people, and it will have a multiplier effect on the economy, not an increase in the cost of living. They talk of mass terminations in CPAP and URP and reforestation. This is a distortion because we have replaced these programs that they used to keep our people living hand to mouth. We have replaced these programs, starting with our recruitment drive to allow citizens a chance at acquiring real jobs with real security that they can take to the bank.
And real people. Real people.
As for the labeling of workers in CPAP and URP as linked to gangs, it is not only defamatory, but it is insensitive, and we reject their behavior outright. Madam Vice President, much has been said about the long lines at the offices of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, as if these long lines are somehow the fault of the new administration. Let me make it clear. These queues existed before as a result of their inefficiency. That happened before April 2025 in their outgoing regime. These citizens, since we have come into government, who were abandoned without support, turned to the ministry in desperation for assistance. We responded immediately, expanding our intake points, redeploying staff, and extending hours to meet the surge in need, because unlike our predecessors, we do not turn our back on the people. We have also taken note of claims that persons are being turned away at banks when they attempt to cash their checks. Madam Vice President, let me make it categorically clear. Public sector funding revolves around the assurance of funds. No check is issued by this ministry unless they are confirmed. No check and has allocations to support it. The narratives that they are pushing are therefore no more than an attempt to mislead the public and to sow doubt about the ministry's fiscal discipline and reliability. Under this UNC-led administration, every check issued to a citizen is secured, valid, and honored, because we understand that public trust must never be compromised. Madam Vice President, when this UNC government assumed office on April 28, 2025, we inherited a Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, long neglected by the previous PNM administration. Public buildings and facilities were left in disrepair, with outdated infrastructure hampering service delivery. Vacancies were rampant, leaving key divisions understaffed and unable to meet the needs of our citizens effectively. Wastage of public funds was evident in numerous procurement failures, which the PNM has shamelessly attempted to blame on this government. For example, the provision of the manned K9 security services at various locations for 3 years was botched under their tenure, leading to delays and inflated costs. Again, the janitorial services for 3 years and maintenance of the ministry's AC services for 2 years, all marred by improper tendering processes, resulting in inefficiencies. These failures squandered taxpayers' money and compromised the safety and functionality of our facilities. Madam Vice President, this is the state of affairs we met, a ministry in crisis, where promises to the vulnerable were broken time and time again. But, Madam Vice President, promise made, promise kept. We are fixing it under this UNC government. We have already delivered on key commitments and are implementing plans to address these inherited problems head-on. In just our first 150 days, we accelerated policy implementation, ensuring uninterrupted support for our nation's most vulnerable. Best highlighted, Madam Vice President, by the processing of thousands of senior citizens' pensions applications left in bureaucratic mothballs by that last government for years and years, and the speedy repair of the check printing machine that broke down after the last government left it unmaintained for nearly a decade.
Nah, man.
Because when the UNC wins, everybody wins.
Check making machine not going to fix what?
This fair budget reflects that, with targeted investments in social development that uplift all citizens. Madam Vice President, as part of our continued modernization of the Ministry of the People, we have also undertaken the strategic realignment of the Geriatric Adolescents Partnership Program, GAP. This program, which for years languished without focus, is now being restructured to deliver measurable outcomes in elder care and intergenerational engagement, because the elderly are a source of wisdom, experience, and stability. The new framework will place emphasis on structured community service, intergenerational learning, and skills transfer between seniors and youth. This realignment, guided by our Honorable Prime Minister and my line minister, reaffirms our commitment to ensuring that no segment of society, neither elderly nor young, is left behind. Moreover, Madam Vice President, we have committed ourselves to making this ministry more people-centered and less robotic and faceless. Too often, citizens previously described their experience with social service delivery as cold, procedural, and distant. We are changing that. From retraining frontline staff for empathy, to reorganizing service desks for easier access and embedding community officers in underserved areas, our goal is to restore the human face of public service. The Ministry of the People must always live up to its name, being about people first. Today, I will give a short interim 6-month report on the performance of our ministry. This performance, Madam Vice President, is a direct reflection of our renewed mandate, effective from the 28th of April 2025. Madam Vice President, in providing context for this and the considerable work that we are executing on the ground, I must note that my ministry's overall financial commitment to citizens we serve is an allocation of 6.012 billion TT dollars. Our swift and substantial commitment demonstrates our continuous, uninterrupted flow of support, prioritized by this new administration for our nation's most vulnerable populations as we close our current fiscal cycle. I'll first look at our Gender Affairs Division, which has returned to this ministry from the Office of the Prime Minister. Madam Vice President, the Gender Affairs Division is at the forefront of our mandate to foster gender equality and protect our nation's women, a key priority for this administration since taking office. For this reporting period, the division's commitment to achieving its objectives has been clear. With an allocated budget of $7 million, their actual expenditure has been $6,637,810.90, with a further commitment of $164,933.05, spending all we can to do as much as we can. Madam Vice President, our work during this time frame has concentrated on several high-impact initiatives, including the completion of the RISE program at the Women's Prison and Youth Training Center. It saw 20 participants of the female prison and 11 participants of the Youth Training Center successfully complete training in fashion design and upcycling. The division also conducted 2 gender training sessions benefiting 90 individuals and successfully executed community outreach engagements that served an additional 265 beneficiaries. The National Domestic Violence Shelter is a crucial medium for providing shelter for victims. It has provided support to 37 persons over the reporting period, including not only adult women, but minors of both sexes. Madam Vice President, this type of assistance is evidence that the ministry, through this division, continues to keep the mandate of meeting the needs of the most vulnerable among us. Now, Madam Vice President, as an OBGYN in the Ministry of the People, I am proud to pay specific attention to the profound socio-economic issue of period poverty, which the Minister of Finance has noted continues to undermine the health and educational opportunities of many women and girls in Trinidad and Tobago, as many endure struggles to afford menstrual hygiene products. I'll go into the details so that Senator John Bates will be able to understand it is not a reliability on NGOs alone. The period poverty intervention has been championed and driven by the government since its assumption of office in April. Madam Vice President, as a ministry, we recognize the helplessness of women and girls who cannot afford these basic hygiene products, and that this tragedy undermines their health, dignity, and most critically, their educational and economic opportunities. No young girl should face the embarrassment of having to ask a friend for a pad, pretending that she forgot hers at home when the reality is that she didn't have enough of her own. In response to this pressing need, as was recently announced by the Minister of Finance in the budget statement, we will collaborate to establish a women's health fund seeded with an initial, not total, seeded with an initial $5 million in capital from the government. The fund will be used to launch a pilot program for the distribution of free menstrual kits in educational institutions. Please note, Madam Vice President, for Senator Bates' education, it is not merely a product distribution exercise as was done by previous NGOs. It will be accompanied by widespread education and sensitization programs on menstrual health for all groups, including men and boys, with the explicit goal of dismantling cultural stigma around a natural process that affects every woman every month. This is a vital initiative, reflecting the compassionate vision of this administration.
Excellent, excellent.
For Senator Atts, who made the point that we need research and education to drive us going forward, we are also planning an important research project, the Menstrual Health and Hygiene in the Workplace Survey, to gather data from 5,000 employees to inform future evidence-based policy, proof that this government listens and then leads. Madam Vice President, our commitment to the children of this community, of this country, remains resolute. I therefore turn next to child affairs. Under the strategic direction of this new administration, the Child Affairs Division is tasked with ensuring that every child in Trinidad and Tobago is safe and supported and allowed to thrive in alignment with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. For this period, the division expended $900,000. Of actual expenditure, it was $729,444.04, with commitments of $37,314.59. Looking ahead, Madam Vice President, the division does have an ambitious and comprehensive pipeline of projects for the 2026 fiscal year, all grounded in our national child policy. These initiatives are designed to create a Trinidad and Tobago where every child can feel safe, heard, and empowered. They include 1, the expansion of the Child Rights Ambassadors Program, leveraging digital training to cultivate a generation of young advocates. 2, the Child Mental Health Initiative, Mindful Moods, Happy Views, to equip our primary school students with emotional resilience tools, particularly during examination periods. Because, Madam Vice President, there is truth to the old adage, what the mind does, the body follows. A health and nutrition fair, 3, specifically for children with disabilities, ensuring inclusive access to essential health services. 4, the Born to Shine National Children's Inclusion and Wellness Fair for World Children's Day, targeting 3,000 children across Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Vice President, turning next to the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, permit me to express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for her foresight in seeing the need to bring such an important agency under the remit of the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. The authority has continued its integral work in meeting the needs of the vulnerable children in the country. For this reporting period, the authority has achieved the following, outlined by geographical region. In the Northeast, a 13% increase in school visits, a 20% increase in visits to community residences, and more than 65% increase in supervised access sessions. Madam Vice President, notably, this also resulted in the closure of more than 80% of existing cases. In the South and Central, the authority undertook 424 new investigations and closed 810 cases. The authority has also enhanced its forensic capacity with the installation of new forensic equipment at both our South and Mount Hope centers and activated medical services in the South. Importantly, 30 members of staff have now been trained in new interviewing techniques. In the area of foster care, there are currently 160 children receiving foster care, 115 in traditional placements, and 45 in kinship care. Over the period, 39 new placements were made and 12 children were successfully transitioned into permanent family-based care. With respect to adoption services, the authority facilitated 19 adoptions, comprising 5 closed and 14 open adoptions, including kinship cases. 8 sensitization events were done aimed at encouraging adoption and understanding the process were also hosted. After giving the rundown of those divisions, also within the purview of our ministry, I should take a moment to address some of the issues that Senator Alicia Pauline Lalit Etienne raised. There was a claim that the Ministry of the People and Social Development and Family Services is questioning persons with disabilities because we are actively considering, Madam President, dedicated housing accommodation at Edinburgh 500. This claim is reckless as it is revealing. So let's be plain. Consultation is not interrogation. Inclusion is not intimidation. This government is doing what the previous administration refused to do. We are moving from photo ops and platitudes to tangible, accessible housing solutions designed with the disability community, for the disabled community. I beg to wonder, where was Senator Lalit Etienne's outrage when accessible units were promised but never delivered? Ramps, lifts, and universal design basics were treated like nice-to-have add-ons instead of non-negotiables. Stakeholder consultations were a box-ticking exercise that produced zero accommodations and even less accountability. There was silence then, performative fury now. Why? Why only when an active, concrete proposal is on the table, Madam President, Madam Vice President, Edinburgh 500, do we hear the sudden chorus of negativity and obstruction? Edinburgh 500 lies in close proximity to Carsonfield, where the NTRC site will be launched, meaning that services will be offered in close proximity to the homes of persons with disabilities. So that means here's what is actually happening. There is active consideration, not delay. Edinburgh 500 is under rigorous accelerated review to ensure universal design, independent living features, and integration of support services. It is co-creation, not coercion. The ministry's engagement with the disabled community and families is to embed lived experience into unit layouts, amenities, and transport access and safety. That is respectful policy making, not questioning anyone's worth. There is dignity here and delivery. The end goal is simple: keys in hands, rights upheld, and independence supported. The ministry will not be deterred by this selective indignation. We will press forward openly, accountably, and decisively until accessible housing at Edinburgh 500 is not a headline, but a home. Together, these achievements represent our unwavering commitment to safeguarding the nation's children and elderly and women and all vulnerable, ensuring that everyone grows, lives, and prospers in a safe and nurturing and supportive environment. Madam Vice President, all of these achievements outlined reflect that our ministry is managing public funds with diligence and delivering tangible results to the people of this nation, all within the framework of progressive policies established since this administration took office. We at the Ministry of the People look forward to continuing this vital work in the new fiscal year, because when the UNC wins, people win. When the UNC wins, people win. When the UNC wins, everybody wins. I thank you.
Okay, Senator, I think we could take a break until about 5 p.m. That's fine. Yeah. Senate is now suspended.
you.